quarterback that is much better than what you can coach, and you need a quarterback that can put you on their shoulders and take it with you, and that's not Dylan Gabriel.
If supercomputers ran like Dylan Gabriel, we'd have no fear of AI taking over. You got to really work it to get me.
Are we back
and
on the
nobody worked hard enough. Nobody realized.
Back on the Scarlett Johansson clownitudes.
Well, that's Jax. Are you back in on the clownitudes?
I mean, that's much better than a haunted house.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and the Cleveland Browns still don't want to talk to you. We've got Jax Gregory today on the board. Yes. We've got Jake Murrin, man in the YouTube channel. As always, you guys can watch us live all 5 hours on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. And also Jake is producing. We've got Matt Corelli, the big cheese, on the 2020s all show long. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How are you?
I just had an Uncrustable, so I am divine.
Oh, that's good. I had like 2 bananas and one of those multi-grain bars.
Look at that.
Less divine than you, I guess. Yeah. But it's fine. It's okay.
The best part about a PB&J sandwich is you get a little bit of that sugar, and Daddy likes his sugar, and you get a little bit of that protein, so you really get a full push right there.
Uncrustables are great. I think we can all agree on that. PB&Js in general are great. I switched for my Amish housekeeper that comes once every 2 weeks. She's now in the PB&J world instead of the turkey and mustard world.
I thought you got rid of Anna Yoder, and I was very worried.
I threw her a curveball, gave her a PB&J this week because it's all we had, and then I had to follow up and be like, was the PB&J okay? Was it okay? I felt like I'm trying to serve the person that comes and cleans my house. I don't know why.
One of these days, Elise is going to catch on to Anna, the Amish housekeeper, and you're going to have to find a new one. You have to get a little old, maybe a cat, a crazy cat lady to become.
She's going to find one of her Hungarian nugmamas, and then they're going to come over, and that's going to be the cleaner.
You are not ready for that. They will boss you around.
This one already bosses me around anyway, too.
Yeah. Well, in fairness, that's about you.
I'm also in a house with I'm in a house with 3 girls. You're in a house with 4 girls. I'm just kind of used to it at this point.
Oh, see? No, I keep up the good fight, which is why I don't sleep well all the time because, they like to keep you on your toes. Oh, by the way, I'd just like to point out, Andrew Berry not speaking today. Just real quick, before we get to anything, the guy who orchestrated 2 trades and left Kevin Stefanski out there to rot, the guy who clearly is part of a abhorrent roster construction, not going to talk today. So just a reminder, if you were hoping to hear from one half of the Thought Partners this fall on CBS, the answer is no. No for you. You get no Andrew Berry, and you will like it.
I hope this just means he's working on something.
Like a resume?
Yeah, get your LinkedIn resume all figured out.
Listen, LinkedIn.
He's trying to figure out his job applications.
The networking capabilities with that kind of interface, really. I mean, when you've got that kind of resume, you went to Ivy League. You've got options there.
It would be really funny if NFL GMs, when they were done, if they just couldn't find jobs and they just ended up being like sales guys. Working
what kind of sales guy?
Just normal, run-of-the-mill sales guy. And you went from Andrew Berry being a GM of a football team to then trying to, pitch ads on a local radio station.
I was thinking more like Andrew Berry tries to get you to buy a 2002 Honda Civic with 225,000 miles on it that's only been wrecked once.
So the problem is that I think we both know everyone that is part of the Thought Partners would all stink at being salesmen. Mm-hmm. I think that's kind of frustrating for a lot of fans. We want them to sell us this pen, okay? Sell me this pen. They can't do it. They never seem to be able to do it.
I like the idea that the sales pitch on a used Honda Civic, about 2002, 225,000 miles or more, only one accident, is just, I'm smarter than you, that's why you should buy this car. Because I think that's essentially what the whole vibe of the Browns organization is. And now, by the way,
you should see the processing systems on these cars.
Guys, this one's got a supercomputer from 1998.
You just leave the from 1998 part on.
No, you just say it really quietly. This one's got a supercomputer from 1998.
It's all about selling you things that you can't actually see.
Yeah. Process, not results.
That's what I'm saying. It's all about selling you things you can't actually see and then just making it try to be believable.
Now, while we're talking about crappy processes and crappy results, no, it's a great process. It just leads to crappy results. Obviously, yesterday we talked about Myles Garrett and how unhappy Myles seemed to be after the latest loss. And I had said some of that felt performative, but that if Myles wants to make a change, I think he can. I think Myles is a $40 million man. I think they showed by valuing paying him instead of trading him that he has at least some say here or some part of what maybe their ear. I thought it was interesting then after that discussion that we had yesterday. And Myles and his frustration, Mary Kay Cabot was on with the Midday Boys, Andy and Jeff and Dan. Today, no, Andy. It was just Jeff and Dan.
Andy was in the mornings.
Yeah, it was also really good. You should listen to that too, but after our show.
He was with Daryl.
We got a lot of information here. But they asked Mary Kay about Myles Garrett's frustration. Mary Kay had some interesting things to say.
Myles is very, very, very frustrated, and he's having arguably the best season of his career. And so he's long talked about wanting to win championships and go to the playoffs and all of those things. And here he is stuck on a team that appears to be going nowhere this season, and that's tough for him to take. I think in the offseason, he's going to have some assurances that things are going to be different and why they're going to be different and how they're going to be different. I haven't looked at the economics of it, but I don't even know if it's possible or feasible to trade him after paying him all the guaranteed money that they already have. But I do think that he will want some acknowledgement that something's got to give for next season and that there's going to be some victories coming, or he's going to want, I don't know if he would ever ask to be traded again or whatever, but he's not going to be able to continue on like this and maintain his sanity.
So does he just want, hey, we know we suck? Is that the assurance he's looking for?
Hey, we have a quarterback plan.
Or, there are a couple players making more money than him. Would $50 million make Myles happy to go 3-14 next year?
I bet it would.
Yeah,
I bet it would. So the hard part about this discussion is that I feel like Myles doesn't have nearly the leverage that even Myles thinks he has in this, because when you balk 6 weeks into what you did last year, all you did was tell everybody that basically you're not serious about a real threat of not playing.
I agree, but I do think what's interesting is he does have a lot of public sentiment right now of, oh, poor Myles Garrett. Like there were multiple national media members reacting to the 5-sack game and going, woe is Myles, even if he didn't, while acknowledging, by the way, he just signed the $40 million a year contract.
I guess we got to figure out what his new end goal is. Is his new end goal to get out of town? Because if his new end goal is to get out of town and get traded this offseason, he's got to do it a lot different than what he did this last year.
Okay, how would that look?
It would be like actually threatening. It would be doing the Micah Parsons. It would be going on not only your own world media tour and hosting your own podcast and doing all that stuff, but it would be taking it up to the season to then get traded. But I think Myles doesn't want to miss games. The heart of this is Myles knows he's in his prime. Myles knows these are the years you stack up DPOY cases and get yourself into Canton, and I just don't think he wants to actually miss games.
So from a cap side of things, trading Myles would be darn near impossible given what they just paid him.
It's really not, though. This is why I don't understand this logic that people put out there. Like it's very doable. In a in a post June 1st trade, so you have to wait until June 1st, you can do a Myles Garrett trade. It would be $15 million in dead cap money, followed by $11 million the next year, and then it decreases and decreases to a point that is extremely manageable. So $15 million in dead cap is like a third of what you had to pay Deshaun Watson next season in dead cap money. Like it is very, very shockingly manageable. The only out you have is you have to wait until after June 1st. There's a couple of designations you can do prior to June 1st to make it retroactive, but it's got to be a post-June 1st trade designation. It is very possible.
Look at that. All the other cap analysts say it's not doable, though.
I don't understand what they're not looking at. I don't get it. I really don't. It's all right there. This is public knowledge. Unless there's a different contract,
you idiots,
that over the cap isn't working with, then I don't understand it. Like I'd love to know who your other capologist is that says this outside of Daryl.
No. I think it was the throngs of people saying they just signed him to a contract and they can't.
Yeah, no, it's very doable. Like, it's very, very doable.
Like Clownatoots. Now, This being said...
Like you can. If you want out of this, you can do it.
Listen, I don't blame you if your initial reaction to this is, oh, Myles wants assurances. He won them last year and then he got $40 million. I understand. I called for yesterday for Myles to use his power within the organization, that you don't just have to ask for another trade. If you think Stefanski and Barry are about to get fired and you believe one or both of them are the right guys to lead this organization, use your power to say that internally. right? Externally is one thing. Do it internally as well. You don't have to choose one or the other, because if you choose just the public side of things and not do it privately, that feels more performative than reality. Also, if you feel like one or either guy isn't it, and they're why you're in the situation, use your power both externally and internally to say that. I'm going to say this could be part of Myles doing that, one half of Myles saying, hey, just so you know, at some point, there's going to be a reckoning. I have to have a conversation with people in charge.
I mean, the advantage of what Myles did this last time around was he got himself a no-trade clause. That was very smart of Myles because it sets it up where they can't just trade him to any run-of-the-mill team and basically make sure that his life is miserable because a 3-win team wants Myles Garrett on the roster and they're going to pony up 3 first-round picks. That was smart of Myles. But this next go-around, if he wants to be on a different team, like, he can have that opportunity. And this conversation is not going anywhere, I don't think, Nick.
So I think part of the acknowledgement he's really looking for is he wants to have his voice heard internally, potentially on Breer and Stefanski. I don't know he can pass the whole give me another quarterback plan next year and then I'll okay it, because he okayed Flacco, Kenny Pickett, and these 2 quarterbacks that you currently have in your roster.
Or he okayed them just being like, hey, we have a plan. Just tell everyone we have a plan.
Yeah. Hey,
can you just
Myles,
do that? Can you tell Siciliano we have a plan?
We'll give you 40 a year. If you just let people know we've got a real concept of a plan going on here.
And give us that smirk when you do it, too.
Give it like you really know something. Like you really know something.
A lot of people really thinking he actually knew a plan, when it's so obvious they had no plan.
I mean, in fairness, a lot of people took Jimmy Haslam's vote of confidence from the owners' meeting as like an ironclad oath that Kevin Stefanski isn't going anywhere, and then 24 hours later, they were like, what are we doing?
Do I think that Myles has enough power to sway Jimmy Haslam to fire DePodesta, Stefanski, and Barry? I don't think he does at this point.
Why not?
We have no evidence to suggest that he does. Like Jimmy Haslam to this point, and it could change. I hope it changes. To this point, has been lockstep with those 3 that we're talking about, to a point where he has favored their opinions, their everything, over what Myles has been able to offer up.
Then I think if you're Myles, then you have to. It's basically an ultimatum. Either we see change within this, and again, I'm assuming that that's what Myles is going to want, because I think Myles is smart enough to go, well, you moved on from Baker, you moved to Deshaun Watson, it's the worst trade. By the way, all Myles would be doing is using logic. That's what kills me. Is there so many people defending Barry and Stefanski, and they made the worst trade in NFL history.
Yeah.
That's as if it was just like, well, yeah, that happens. No, it doesn't. No. Guys get fired for doing incredibly big things that don't work out. That's the downside of this damn thing.
That's why most people don't actually take big swings, is because the understood repercussion of that is that you're going to get fired. You're going to lose your job.
And I
have to update the LinkedIn resume.
But I think Myles has to go to them and say, if whatever he wants. If he wants continuity, then he needs to fight for it. If he wants change, then he needs to fight for it.
That's the hard part, though.
There has to be an or else attached to it.
I don't even know that Myles knows what he wants. He just wants to win. I think he understands he wants to win, but I don't think Myles is like, here's my blueprint. This is how we should go about winning, and you have to orchestrate this. I think Myles is frustrated, but I think Myles is like, I don't. That's your job. Your job is to figure out how to win. Ultimately, I want to win, and that at this point for the Browns, it's just easier said than done. It's very hard to get a quarterback. It's very hard to make this all work.
I don't think it's that hard. Well, no, that's not fair. It's obviously hard to win for this organization, but I think it's obvious. I think you've done the analytics thing, and again, it's not analytics. It's analytics to the nth degree that it's the end-all, be-all. You've done that. Now get me some football people. Okay, look at me. I'm playing the best football of my career under Jim Schwartz, a football guy. Find me a head coach that's not Jim Schwartz, that is like Jim Schwartz. Find me a GM who's like Jim Schwartz, a guy who is football first and then uses analytics to supplement the decision instead of analytics run every damn decision you make.
I just think he's looking at this quarterback class coming up, and I think he's seeing that there's no quick fix, there's no easy answer, and I think he's frustrated at the idea that they went into that press conference, I'll never forget Andrew Berry, saying this isn't baseball. You don't need 5 years to turn this thing around. It's not baseball. You can do this quick, and now as we're staring at everything, it looks like this is going to be a multi-year plan in order to try to get some semblance of winning, and I think Myles is very frustrated, as he should be.
I get it.
I'm frustrated too.
I get it. You can't hold their words against them if they just don't talk. Thought partners. Yeah.
That is part of the idea. Like you can't. Well, again, there's people like me that I remember things that Andrew Berry says, and then I throw them back in his face. If he never talks, I got nothing. I can't say anything about DePodesta. The man never speaks.
Hey guys, I know every day, you put your hard-earned money into that team. Don't worry, they're smarter than you, and now they're ignoring you. Thought partners, yeah.
What's the Reagan?
I am
peace
not
thing?
a crook.
Yeah,
this is our Watergate.
But then you followed up with water guns or something. I don't.
These were not water guns. These were.
Oh, those are pistols, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because that's what thought partners do. All right. They got those toy cap guns. They play. I don't know what the hell they do. I just know they don't make good football decisions. But don't worry. They're not talking today. They're not talking this week. They're not talking next week either. Except you, Kevin Stefanski. You can twist in the wind, son.
They probably turn around. Yesterday,
Leadership.
we talked about Vanessa telling you basically, well, you're just better at it than I am. Yeah. That's their conversations. They just turn to Stefanski. Well, you're just better at not saying anything than we are.
Yeah.
So we'll just keep throwing you out there. That's going to work. You're just better at it than we are.
Thought partners. 216-474-0092. The Thought Partners will not be speaking the rest of this week nor next week. Now you, Kevin Stefanski, your asses, you're going to talk 4 times a week next week, and you're going to love every second of it. However, here's the question. Mary Kay on with the Midday Boys saying, Myles could use some assurances and some acknowledgement. What kind of acknowledgement do you think Myles would want? Little Roman Reigns acknowledge me. Just a little bit between you and me, some thought partners. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. John Fanta of NBC Sports joining us at 4:20. We'll talk some thought partner action there. We got 5:20. Albert Breer. I think we're going to ask him whether it's fair to say Kevin Stefanski might feel a little bit jilted by being left to twist in the wind by the thought partners in Berea, who, again, don't question it. Just keep giving them your money. They're smarter than you. That's the goal here, right? They just know more than us. They know more than everybody. They're just so much smarter than us. Me, dum-dum. You, dum-dum. Jack's dum-dum. Average fan. Oh, you dum-dum. They smart. They'll figure it out. Don't worry. Leadership. 216. Oh, by the way, Lance Risland coming up at 6. We'll talk about Dylan Gabriel and how much he just objectively stinks. I don't know why I said objectively like a dum-dum.
Will Coach Riz say that, though? I don't know.
Will he finally do the heel turn on Timo Tua? But 216-474-0092. What kind of acknowledgement? Now I am turning dumb. This is what happens. What kind of acknowledgement do you think Myles Garrett would want? And one NFL analyst has a bold take on Myles Garrett. Should he do it? Do you want him to do it? Will we all do it together? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020.
insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Tune in Thursday nights at 7 to hear from the Browns head coach himself.
You are what your record says you are, so we got to own it. That's where we are, but we're excited about the challenge in front of us. Guys will take a breath this week, but then you got 9 games coming up, 5 of them at our place. We're all in.
The Kevin Stefanski Show, Thursday night at 7.
Your home for Browns football, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got quick hits. And Shedeur Sanders did the darndest thing. That's coming up in about 20 minutes here. But we're talking about Mary Kay Cabot's comments on Myles Garrett. And that kind of builds on Myles' dissatisfaction that was evident in the helmet throw, in the sitting on the bench by himself. Then it's interesting, until you brought up the numbers that a post-June 1 trade for Myles actually would be bearable for the Browns, I actually think that gives Myles a little bit more leverage in this, because there was a part of me that's like, well, I mean, I think people saw the if they cut him number, which is like I think $90 million.
Yeah, it's an insanely high number. Yeah.
And thought, well, he doesn't have any leverage because they couldn't possibly stomach that when they're already thinking about stomaching the Deshaun Watson stuff and whether to cut him or whatever. I think Myles having an out with, well, it's not that bad if you trade me after June 1, I think it gives him even more power. I think he should. I think if he is really not happy with this, I don't know what they can tell him. Like, there's only so many ways you get a quarterback, but do I think Myles should be, do I think that's what a leader does? Not just publicly do this stuff, but do it internally? Yes. So that I encourage Myles to do.
If they did trade him, wouldn't it be on the idea that they couldn't offer up any plan of actually winning? And then it was like, or it was even just a longer term plan that maybe Myles was comfortable with? Like, if they traded him, we would have to be set up for 2-3 years before we start to see any sort of fruits of labor payoff.
Maybe even more.
Yeah, like, I mean, like, for our own personal selves, for the people listening, for you, for me, if they traded him, that is disastrous for us watching competitive football.
And here's the thing, I don't want to trade Myles. I actually, the shame of it is he's missed the moment to break scot-free with the Browns, because I think there were a lot of people that would have supported him in his trade request back in January. I was one of them. I understood. I felt for Myles. And then we did the settling for $40 million. I think it's a lot more complicated now. I think it would complicate his legacy to force them this time to trade him this offseason as opposed to last offseason. It doesn't mean he shouldn't do it. I don't want to trade him, but I understand if he gets to a point where they're not going to listen to him or they're not going to have a path to competitiveness, if he says, I'm going to be 30 next year, Micah Parsons just did this, and maybe that renews his interest in, or maybe he saw a way now that Micah did it, that he can now do it.
Only thing I find fascinating is how extreme is he willing to take this?
Yeah.
You know, I just don't know that answer, because he didn't take it to the extreme last time. And I remember the day before Myles signed the extension and decided to stay, it was a Friday, and Aditi Kinkhabwala had this whole, it was a tweet, and then I went with it, the idea that Myles is just, he's just a different cat, right? Like, he could do his poetry, he could just spend time in Asia, and it just wouldn't really bother him, and he could just kind of be away from football for a little bit. And then within 24 hours later, he just completely disproved that. And so, like, even if you try to come at me with some of those narratives, like, oh, Myles is serious about it this time, he's gonna miss games, I already fell for the banana in the tailpipe. Like, I'm not gonna do that again.
I think this time, because last time they had Barry back, they had Stefanski back, assuming that one way or another, you can't really sell it to Myles. Even if you bring both guys back, you can't sell it that anything's going to change. I think the Browns, I thought they owed it to him in January to take his request seriously, and I think they owe it to him now. At some point, and money's fine. Clearly, money for Myles at $40 million a year was enough to at least sign up for one more year. At some point, this organization that screams all the time how, we got to do right by this player and we got to do right. If Myles is truly that unhappy, at some point, you got to do right by Myles, even if I hate the end result, because I sure as hell don't trust that organization, no matter who's in charge, to make the picks and get it right.
That's a funny point. They're very quick to be we're the good guy organization until it's a player or person that actually matters of consequence.
Yep.
Like they're very quick to be like, oh, we did it right, and then let's tell everyone how right we did by them, until it's someone like Myles, and it just doesn't equate the same way.
So we referenced this at the end of yesterday's show. It was Connor Orr and Albert Breer together on the MMQB podcast talking about the fallout of Myles' 5-sack performance, his disenchantment with the Cleveland Browns, and maybe what the Browns should do.
By the time you get to the point where you're competing for a championship again, what's Myles Garrett going to have left is my question. He turns 30 in December. I don't know that the timelines match up. And so then the question becomes, are you better off just trading him now? And maybe you get 2 first-round picks for him. And now all of a sudden, you're going to have 5 first-round picks over the next 2 years, like an insane haul. If you're Detroit or Buffalo, would you trade for him right now?
I mean, yeah, all across the board, right?
Yeah, I think this is where the thing could go if you don't give him whatever assurances he's want. Listen, they should trade him if that's what Myles wants, because it's doing right by Myles, especially if you think the next 2 years are bubkiss as well. If you don't think there's a quarterback that can change your fortunes in 2026 draft, then you are going to have to go a longer road, at which point, it makes more sense to trade him just the way it made sense to trade him in January, by the way.
Yeah, again, where the timelines don't match up, and Albert's right there about the timelines not matching up, is the idea that if they're going to try to sell him that they're going to be awesome next year, find me the quarterback. Where's that coming from?
Yeah.
Les Shador is just awesome and is great, and we haven't even seen him be able to play. You don't have that in your hands right now, and it doesn't seem like you're going to get that through the draft at this current point.
Yeah, and I just think, this is just such a sign at how bad these guys, and this is why, we were sounding the alarms in January. I'm not trying to do I Was Right radio, but
it is our favorite type of radio,
and we're really good at it.
We really like it a lot.
But
other shows just move away from it. We like it.
Well, here's the thing: we'll also tell you when we were wrong. It never happens, but we tell you when we were wrong. But this to me is why when the organization told you bold-faced, hey, don't worry. It doesn't take 5 years to rebuild. We've got a plan. We have concepts of a plan. Jimmy Haslam came out and spoke glowingly. This is why you cannot trust them. And I don't mean this in a heavy-handed way. They want you to keep buying tickets to games. They want you to keep buying jerseys. And they're not going to come out and say anything that is going to disrupt that, especially with a stadium on the way. All right? So clearly, keeping Myles here was a way to satiate fans while also understanding, the season's probably going to suck. But when they said, hey, we're going to try and win, I think they are trying to win. And they're 2-6. That's the concern right now. This is not an organization that's tanking per se, at least not yet this season. And they're 2-6, and they just got blown out by a team that had with the 7th pick in last year's draft. The 4th pick. They had 1 pick ahead of you after the trade down with Jacksonville.
Yeah, it's not good, and I think Myles knows it's not good. I was kind of surprised though how Mary Kay really put an emphasis on how upset Myles was, and it's again, that part isn't surprising. Myles gets upset often, but the idea that this time it felt just a little bit different, and I don't know, are we going to have this Myles now for the rest of the season where he's just gonna be angry and yell about things and how unjust this all is? We might, and then I feel like this offseason is going to turn into exactly what it was last offseason.
I did say Sunday felt a little performative. If Myles doesn't see an end game here, I can see Myles making it very uncomfortable. While games he's got 3 sacks in, he's stomping around on the sidelines. I don't know that's... initially, I thought maybe that's a message to you guys, right? I think it might be more of a message to the guys who lead this team. And I think that's maybe his way, right? Making it uncomfortable like Micah Parsons did.
Which worked for Micah Parsons. It did. And for a while, it worked for Myles until he signed the $40 million deal.
216-474-0092. Should the Browns reconsider trading Myles Garrett? If they actually care about Myles as a person and you don't think you're going to win next year, and it might not be till 2027 or 2028, yes, you should. This might be the time to do the right thing. Now, here's the problem. They're not going to do it because they don't really care about Myles and what Myles wants. They care about themselves, which is pretty much how the NFL works. Shador Sanders and Dylan Gabriel beef maybe leads off quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
It's every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
The Browns head into the bye week and all eyes are on Breer. Will changes be made soon? When will Shedeur Sanders get his shot? Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Wyma, 6 to 10 a.m., an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We've got John Fanta coming up at 4:20. We'll get his take on Stefanski. We'll get his take on the 2-6 Cleveland Browns. Maybe a little Cavs basketball action with him as well. However, it is 2:40 on a beautiful Tuesday here in Cleveland. It's time for Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry. It's Quick Hits.
All right, JP, Shedeur Sanders liked an Instagram post of a local reporter that called for him to play after the bye week against the Jets. Is this a bad look for Shedeur?
I don't think it's a bad look, but I do think it's interesting. I think it's interesting because a lot of younger people speak through what they like and use a like as an endorsement, and clearly Shedeur feels like it's his time to start. Feels like he's better than Dylan Gabriel, and he should be the one out there.
I don't think it's a bad look. I think this kind of stuff was harder hitting like 10 years ago. I think we've come to mean it's just like you're allowed to like whatever the hell you want. It does, in my opinion, though. You and I have, I think, been on top of the fact that I really don't know that Shedeur and Dylan like each other. Now, it doesn't matter in terms of, who wins, any of that, or who plays, but I do think this is another bit of evidence that there's some sort of divide between those two young men.
Yeah, which think about the situation that they're in. Like, wouldn't it be really hard to like that person anyway? Like, both taken in the same draft, both vying for the same opportunities, I think that'd be incredibly hard to like that person in general anyway.
I mean, I think it happens more than you realize in the NFL. I'll be honest with you, if there's some sort of disconnect there, even if they're both still being professional doing their job, I kind of put it on the coaching staff. Because from Shedeur's side, I would understand if he has a perception that Dylan's the chosen one and he's not.
Yeah.
And
meanwhile,
that's
the
his
chosen
side.
one is struggling right now.
And from Dylan's side of things, he's the chosen one and doesn't like the attention that Shedeur gets. I would understand if either of those guys felt that way.
No, yeah, both sides have an equal gripe, no doubt about it.
Now, real quick, Johnny on Twitter saying that we talked about trading Myles without mentioning the dead cap hit. And he criticizes us. So for everybody that heard the first two segments talking about trading Myles and how that would be possible after this year, can you walk them through?
Yeah, I don't know who is just putting this out there that it's not possible. It's very possible. You just have to go to the
Johnny Bean
Goodberry. You have to go to the furthest part of this, and you have to use the trade of a post-June 1st 1 designation. And for this upcoming year, if you did the post-June 1st designation, it'd be a $15.5 million dead cap hit, $11 million the next year, 8, then 4. So it's very reasonable. It's about, again, it's like a third of the amount of money that you're doing for a dead cap hit on Deshaun Watson. $15 million is not cheap. It's not something that most teams would be happy to swallow, but that is very, very reasonable. Now, if you do it in any other context, if you do a trade pre-June 1st, okay? So even when we're talking about like a trade for this upcoming week, for instance, that is $60 million off the rip and then $40 million the following year. That's where you're into uncharted territory and stuff you can't really get out of in many ways. If you do just a straight up cut in either direction, that also is an absorbent and very high dead cap hit. But the post-June 1st trade is not. It's very reasonable.
That's for you, Johnny Bean.
I'm just getting mad at Daryl now. Daryl's the one that's perpetuating this. I saw the headline of the Ken and Anthony show this morning, and the headline was, Myles' contract is untradeable. And it's like, no, it's not. And I'm sitting there yelling about it. I see Lima tweeting out there earlier today, if it's untradeable, Andrew Berry should be fired. It's not untradeable. Also, another nugget on this, by the way the NFL contracts work, if both parties do agree, you can restructure it any way you want. Unless you're up to a third-year player in the NFL and you're on your rookie contract, that you can't do. But as long as both teams do agree, you can restructure it literally any way you want to.
Which means it could happen this week. Just saying.
Yes, in theory. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
In theory, yes. If Myles wanted out that badly, yes, he could give up some of the money and the guaranteed money, and you could get away out of it. Yes, you could.
Honestly, if Myles did it, I might respect him a little bit more. I would hate it. I would absolutely hate it. I know I've been critical of Myles. I love watching that guy as a football player. As a person, sometimes some of the stuff he does drives me crazy. I love the football player, and I actually think secretly he is kind of a brilliant dude. But I would respect that. I would understand drawing a line in the sand and using whatever power you have right now in the moment to do it.
It would be unprecedented to do it that way, but Myles would do so with the idea that whatever team is signing him is going to give it all right back. And so, it's not as crazy as you think from that perspective.
Think about this. Jacksonville gives you their 27 and 28 first and Brian Thomas Jr.
I'm going to assume he's not going to do all this stuff to go to Jacksonville. I'm just going to make an assumption out there. I think Jacksonville's probably his no-fly zone.
Why?
Because of Trevor Lawrence.
That too.
Probably a good enough reason.
Yeah, because he's not very good.
Duval.
Oh, yeah, Liam Cohen. Well, that'd be a weirdo.
You want to speak into an empty existence. Let's go to Jacksonville. You can't even complain loud enough.
Liam Cohen, Trevor Lawrence, and Myles Garrett together. That just sounds miserable, just if you say it out loud.
Oh, I can already just feel it for Myles. All right. Did you watch Game 3 of the World Series? That was a big contention earlier today around the station.
I watched about 6 innings through various parts of the game.
Yeah, I had it up the entire night, but I did have main TV priority to the Chiefs game, and then around the 7th inning or so, right before Ohtani hit the game-tying home run, that's when it got main TV. The Chiefs game ended up boring me. We'll get to that a little bit later on. And then I made it to about the 10th inning or so, about midnight, I had to call it. Now, past me would have stayed up the entire way, but I couldn't because I have a child, 2 children now, and I just need sleep when I need sleep.
I fell asleep with it on my bedroom TV in the 12th inning, woke up an hour later, I think, and it was the 17th inning, and I was like, well, I got to watch to the end of the game now, right?
That's kind of fun, yeah.
I can't remember which flyout it was of Freddie Freeman that looked like a home run, and after that, it was the traditional, and then I started falling back asleep, and then then I woke up again the 17th inning. 9
times Shohei Ohtani reached base in Game 3. He had the 2 home runs, he had the 2 doubles, and then they just started intentionally walking him a bunch because they realized that they weren't going to let Ohtani beat him. Was this the Shohei Ohtani game for the ages?
It was, and I think they need to limit intentional walks in baseball games because you shouldn't be able to walk the best player on the planet 4 times.
Limit intentional walks? You only get an X amount of number in a game? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, per hitter. You can only intentionally walk somebody once a game.
Oh, now this is strategy. I like strategy in these type of games. I do. I don't hate this idea. Now Barry Bonds would have just a fit because he probably should have hit about 20 more home runs easily if they hadn't done that to him back in the day. But that's an interesting wrinkle.
Think about it. It is the biggest moment in in baseball. It is the Fall Classic that's now basically played the winter. But it's the Fall Classic, and 4 times the best player on the planet has come up with a chance to win the game. And it's fair that Toronto did it, and they were like, okay, move him over. That's not in the spirit of baseball.
And it also takes your best player and part of the game that's the most exciting is watching Ohtani hit and just removes it.
In extra innings. You're already punishing us by playing 18 innings. The least you could do is throw to the guy.
This is not a conventional baseball thought at all, but I'm very much co-signing this thought. I like this one. This is a good idea. Is this how soon could we put this in is the problem.
Tonight?
I need it for Game 4. As Ohtani pitches tonight, I need them to put this thing in.
Yeah,
I don't know that they're going to pitch to Ohtani the rest of the series.
That's essentially what John Schneider said was, expect to see more of it. And I was like, again, I can't be mad at him. He's just doing the right thing by the rules of baseball now. But the idea that this is happening, and by the way, the idea that you're walking Ohtani so you can face Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman, you kind of get what you deserve anyway with Freeman walking your ass off. But I'm not mad at John Schneider, but this is a loophole in baseball that needs closed.
Okay.
Omaha! Nebraska gearing up for USC this weekend, and Huskers head coach Matt Rule had high praise for Trojans head coach Lincoln Riley.
He's a great guy, first of all, a brilliant offensive mind. He's going to score no matter what. But also, I divide college coaches up into 2 categories. Guys, if I see them, at a bar or a restaurant if they don't see me, that I'd walk in and say hello to. And guys, I just keep walking past. And Lincoln Riley's a guy I'd go sit down with. So I think he's an awesome guy and a great coach.
I think we should decipher all people and all walks of life into this. So give me one college coach you'd sit down with and have a beer with, and give me one coach you'd walk right past.
All right. I'd walk past Dabo.
Really?
Yeah.
He's actually awesome.
I heard he's really nice.
When you're like when you're not doing the public thing, he's actually awesome.
I've heard he's really nice. No, thank you. Actually, I'm going to add an additional here too. I'd walk past PJ Fleck. I think people love him in a way that I find nauseating.
Why?
And I think the fact that he wears, listen, it's a nod to Tressel. I get it, but you're not Tressel, okay? It just comes off a little bit.
I think he's
a little bit too much of a try hard. You brought row the boat from one spot to the next. Like there's a lot about PJ Fleck.
He created it.
That I just don't vibe with it. We've that in the past. Don't bring that to Minnesota. There's something about him just annoys me. I just get annoyed by PJ Fleck constantly.
Okay.
Not a fan in the slightest bit. Who I would have a beer with?
Yeah.
This will come as a surprise because I just called this one person a tryhard, and the other screw it. I'm not going to say Marcus Freeman. I was going to say Marcus Freeman, not Marcus Freeman. Brent Venables. So I'm gonna go at Dabo, and say no.
Acolyte.
But the disciple of Dabo is who I'm going to drink
out of
with.
Spite. Are you getting us the beer with Brent Venables as spite?
Basically, I just feel like he is the right mixture of definitely going to pay for the tab. That's not even debatable. Like he's just always going to reach for the tab, but also seems like he just be chill with not saying a lot of words and just kind of hanging out. And I kind of like that.
All right, I will say I will get a beer with Matt Rule. I think I'm going to have to pass on. Pat Narduzzi. He's just a little too serious for me. Like I feel like the whole point on have a couple beers with somebody is that by like the third beer you relax and you're yourself.
Yeah.
I feel like Pat Narduzzi, no matter how many he has, is still just Pat Narduzzi, and I just don't think he's a good hang. I don't think he's a bad guy. I just think he's a good hang.
Yeah.
Ooh. Nope, not gonna do it.
Oh, come on.
Nope.
I threw like 7 out there.
I was gonna do Scott Satterfield of Cincinnati.
You're right. That makes no sense.
Because I loved him at App State, and then I watched him at like Louisville and Cincinnati. I'm like, oh, you're just the guy that kind of jumps from place to place and kind of just you jump right before you get fired. You're not really that good of a football coach. Nothing personal though. I just don't want to have a beer with you.
The future is now in New Orleans, apparently. That's the headline. Tyler Shuck is going to be the starter. Spencer Rattler.
Shucks.
Oh, shucks.
That should be the headline.
Well, as so many people... People mispronouncing Tyler Shuck's name is always funny to me.
I've seen that.
It's like they do it every way but Tyler Shuck, which makes sense because it shouldn't be pronounced Tyler Shuck. You shouldn't spell it that way and then pronounce it the way that he does. Rattler, I thought, was actually having a pretty decent season until the past couple weeks. Then he just started throwing interceptions.
You know, though, God's got a great sense of humor. Putting a guy named Shuck with a name spelled like that in Cajun territory, you can just imagine the callers to Sports Talk Radio are just hilarious.
Oh, it would be miserable.
Oh, they just like.
Did he just say that? No, he said Shuck. I'm sure he said Shuck.
In fairness, we butcher Quinshon Judkins, so I don't know. We have a lot of room to talk.
We don't. People here do, though.
I was trying. It was like a royal we. I was trying not to be a complete D about it.
I still don't know where that comes from, though. I don't understand where the N comes from for people.
I don't know how we could. I don't know how we can mess up Holmgren, though. It said right. It was said right on national television for 30 years before he got here.
Yeah, that's kind of embarrassing. I don't know.
Shucks.
I care about names, I guess. You think he's going to be good?
No, I did. He's 75 years old.
He is 75. He's also 6'5" too. He's a massive human.
He does have a nice arm though.
Yeah,
comparative to Dylan Gabriel.
Well,
they're the same age.
Be saying a lot of people have a nice arm comparative to Dylan Gabriel.
By the way, Big Mike's Way about 75 times on the YouTube stream has said boycott the Browns. So I think Big Mike's Way would like Big Mike's Way to be us boycotting the Browns.
I can't see it unless it's a super chat, buddy.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, I like what you're doing there, little. I see what you're doing there. 216-474-0092. Andrew Berry has come under fire from one NFL analyst. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
tonight. Game 4 between the Blue Jays and Dodgers in Dodger Stadium. LA up 2-1. First pitch scheduled for 8 o'clock. Listen to the Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Drive. John Fanta, NBC Sports, Cleveland's own, coming up at 4:20 with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin. And, of course, we are one day deeper into the bye week, and we have yet to hear hide nor hair from Andrew Berry. It does not seem like that will be something that happens. And it's interesting. Kevin has really gotten a lot more of the fan sentiment, but I think when we play this Nate Tice audio, I don't think if we have the Stefanski and Berry wars over the next 8 weeks, I don't think we're going to be alone. I think we're getting opening salvos. Because, again, I think Andrew and Kevin are very media savvy on a national level. And I think they have cultivated different relationships with guys who back them on countless topics. I think we could see those two factions of media members start to poke holes in the other one's case.
Well, and you're going to start to, I'd say, just open your eyes and pay attention to what you hear and what you see. When you hear an analyst start to talk about how great Andrew Berry's draft class is, maybe there's a reason why. Maybe there's something attached to that. Conversely, if you hear, what would be the defense that somebody would make for Stefanski right now? That would be
2 Coach of the Years.
But how long can we keep going back to that?
I think they're just going to keep going back to that.
Is it, or is it just going to be? Well, they really like the stability that he's offered up.
You know what? He's the same guy every day.
Same guy every day.
Yeah, which is apparently not a good enough NFL head coach.
Hey, at least he's not Hugh Jackson. Am I right, guys?
Yeah.
And for a lot of Browns fans, you're like, oh yeah, that is a good point.
But, okay. Also, he's not Pat Shurmur. Although 6'7".
Oh,
got it.
So it is always interesting. I always tell people this when you're getting closer and closer to different coaching cycles. It's always like just pay attention to the names that some of the reporters throw out there. Not for head coaching jobs to be like, oh, I like this guy to potentially be a head coach one day. It's like, all right, they're getting a lot of info from that guy. It's not an accident that those names get thrown out there. Pay attention to who the media is talking about when they talk about Stefanski and Berry, and then you can find out the through line.
So while we've had many good people go ahead and say nice things about Kevin Stefanski in spite of the Browns' record. And maybe some of those people also start to go after Kevin Stefanski. We have, I think, our first on-the-record national media member questioning Andrew Berry, and it was Nate Tice of Yahoo Sports.
Their O-line, and this is something I just keep looking at, the ticking time bomb of their O-line because all the contracts coming up soon, and they're old. And so it's just, all right, so next year after this offseason, your defense isn't perfect. It's got a lot of nice parts, but they're still just average against the pass. As Drake May showed today, if Myles Garrett doesn't get sacks or doesn't get pressures, it's just you can shred them. All right, your O-line's going to get reworked. You're probably going to have a new quarterback. Who's the number one receiver? Because Jerry Jeudy ain't it. They got some fun rookies, but it's like, oh my God, what is this plan?
Now, he's not wrong.
Yeah, we ask this every day. What is this plan? If anything, the funny part about Nate Tice saying that is something that basically every host in the city has said 12 million times. Like, what are they doing with this offensive line? You only have Jerry Jeudy, and that's it. What's really happening here? What's the plan? It's just for national people, it takes them a little bit to catch up because they don't go that in depth on all 32 teams. They just don't.
And it's interesting. Like, I do think you kind of pointed to it. I think the Browns are going to look and show you, hey, Carson Schlesinger, Quinshon Judkins, Mason Graham, right? This is what happens if you give Andrew Berry a top 64 pick. The problem is all the other asset management stuff can't be ignored. Like, I want to say I've been the most vocal critic of Kevin Stefanski, and I think you're right there with me. Mm-hmm. Like, there are things that we haven't liked, and we've called it out in real time, because we just don't have an allegiance one way or another. About 3 weeks ago when I went off on Andrew for the first time to be like, I don't care how many good draft picks he had, because it needs to be said, like, Kevin has failed. So is Andrew. And like, you need to decipher that failure and who's truly responsible for it to make the right decisions going forward.
I've said multiple times I would have fired Andrew Berry last year. I said it last year as everything was going down. I would have fired him. So like, for me, at my point, I'm already like, I'm gone. I've dusted my hand clean to both of them. We're in the past there. Now everything else that is moving forward is them just trying to do something to correct it and get on the right side of this. And for me, having one good draft class that, by the way, we don't even know the results of. We're 8 games into, but having one good draft class doesn't erase everything that we've already seen.
Yeah, and I think like that's like the frustration with Barry to me is I've just never seen a scenario where a guy is the architect of the worst trade in NFL history, and everybody just goes, well, yeah, the blood's on all of our hands, so we're like, no. No, that's the moment where the Browns championship window was completely closed off, and where you took a team that he walked into with really only needing a good offensive line. And the early credit you can give Andrew is, well, he left Bitonio, Treader, and Teller alone, and he found 2 bookend tackles. The problem is, by the end of the one's rookie contract, that guy was borderline unplayable, couldn't stay healthy. And by the end of the first contract for the right tackle, who'd been good when healthy, you extended him off of 1 healthy year, and he's not been healthy since.
I know, but where do people get this so wrong? And I get it. Fans, you want to do back rubs and bubble baths for these guys, and you're just dying to drink their bathwater.
Laser eyes.
I know, and it's so frustrating, and I don't know where the disconnect is here. Because I
think it's because we just like memes.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, we're just pro-meme.
I want to like them. I want to like both of them as much as everybody else, but I also like results more. I'm sorry. I don't do this to become the most favorite person in the world. I'm not going for prom king. I'm going to be a sports talk radio host here. Like the way I see it is both of them have drastically underperformed for what their job is. And as Nate Tice points out, it's not as if they've really helped themselves out in the future either. Like, that offensive line is enough in any other situation, any other, call it a spade, even circumstances. The offensive line alone is mismanaged to such a high order. You'd be like, what's going on here?
Yeah, and I think the problem is, like, with Kevin, he had that one top 10 scoring offense, which was 2023.
And it was number 10.
With Kevin, I can look at a situation where, like, he did keep this thing buoyant even when it was at its worst self for the first 4 years. With Andrew, it's like any which way I point my finger, it's like, okay, if I'm ignoring the worst trade in NFL history and the disastrous consequences of that, well, then we move to drafting. Wow, but, he didn't have top 100 picks for the most part for 3 years because we circle back to the worst trade in history.
Yeah.
Well, but that's why he doesn't have a number 1 wide receiver, and that's why he had to trade a pick swap for Jerry Jeudy. Why didn't he? Well, because he couldn't have a top 100 pick because we circled back to the worst trade in NFL history.
Jerry Jeudy, which, by the way, right now, I don't even know that that's the greatest contract we've ever seen either.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not awful.
It's not awful,
right?
But you gave him money instantly when everyone told you that he wasn't that good in Denver. He had a good year last year.
Before he played it down here, that's a good point.
And now he's got one of the worst efficiency metrics of any wide receiver in football. Like dead last in a lot of categories. And so, like, but between all that, the hits are all John Dorsey's. Mm-hmm. They're all responsible to John Dorsey. They're all his guys, the guys that we care about on this team and think are substantial and good. 98% of them are all John Dorsey's guys.
Yeah, and of the 2% that are Andrew Berry's, one of them, so about 75% of them is JOK, who unfortunately has had to medically retire. So the best chip that you had, the best thing you could point to and go, this guy who is not just an incredible football player, but an incredible human, the kind of guy who I think can build sustainable culture, he can't play anymore, and that's the best thing you could say about yourself. But I do think I think we are on, and this is what I was pointing to yesterday when I pointed out that Kevin Stefanski went hard in the paint for Dylan Gabriel while saying we've got to evaluate everything. I think that was Kevin Stefanski dropping his anchor and saying, that's my quarterback, and that's the guy I believe in. And I think, is it tied to decisions that Andrew Berry made? Yes, absolutely. Like we have said, Kevin would rather lose his way than win another way. Well, in this case, the one guy I think he's given his stamp of approval to is Dylan Gabriel. So I think this is just, I think the latest comments here where somebody's questioning Andrew Berry's roster construction, which again is one of 10 things you can question with this guy, on top of the incredible amount of leadership for allowing Kevin Stefanski to twist in the wind when this team is 2-6 and you constructed a quarterback room of Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders. Great job again, Browns. But so great leadership on top of everything else you've done. To me, this is just another salvo in I think it's going to get uncomfortable, even if people, just the casual fan, doesn't recognize what's happening. I think you're going to see a lot more people, maybe Barry's friends, going after Stefanski and saying, well, look at what this coach has done and look how bad the offense is. And by the way, both sides are going to be incredibly valid.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is both sides are going to have enough ammo to go ahead and throw at the other one. And so we'll just see who's got the loudest voices. It's kind of how this all works in today's world. It's just you using your sources against their sources. And I can't wait to see how this disrupts them personally.
Do you have a defense of Kevin?
No, I haven't had a defense of Kevin. I haven't had a defense of Andrew Berry. I haven't had a defense of any of these guys.
I was going to get to the Andrew Berry part next.
I got no defense of any of these guys. They all should be fired. But we've talked about this ad nauseum, it feels like, and that's fine. We'll be able to talk about it as long as Jimmy Haslam keeps them employed. As long as Haslam feels differently than I do about these guys, then we're going to have these conversations. And if he gives them enough time for me to change my mind on that, okay, great. Let's do that convo. But at this point, it's such an uphill battle. I don't know that they have enough time in the world to figure that out.
216-474-0092. So I'm
unlike other people. I like to call for people being fired.
We're not above anything, especially when part of it is your job. Is this where Andrew Berry comes under fire? Do you think this is going to be the beginning of maybe people going at Andrew Berry the way I do think more people over the first 8 weeks of the season have started to go after Kevin Stefanski? I do think there's a galaxy brain thing going on right now with Andrew Berry not speaking to the media yet, which is essentially, I think Andrew Berry not speaking could be a sign that something big is coming. I think that's giving Andrew Berry too much credit. I think he's asleep at the wheel. I think, and we're going to play some sound that I think calls it out.
Credit, yeah.
But I
think it's just hopeful. I think it's hopeful because if you don't speak, you're slapping your fan base right in the face.
Yeah.
And so I think there's a hope there that he's got to see that something isn't right and he can't just run and hide from it. And so the hope is that he's got an ace up his sleeve. He's got some sort of trick that he's going to be able to pull off, and then he'll make the trade, he'll make the big move, and then he'll do the press conference, and then he can even try to celebrate it as one big win.
Well, what's the big thing? Is it trading Njoku? Because, again, I think maybe the most you get for David is maybe a third-round pick.
Well, and you also don't get to really celebrate that as some sort of massive win either. That's you telling everybody that one of your good players is leaving, and it's because you're not competitive.
Is it trading Wyatt Teller? Because I think that kind of goes right in line with what you said about trading David Njoku.
I don't know. Maybe it's trading Denzel Ward for a couple first or something, and him really thinking that he's got has 3 firsts next year, 2 firsts the year after, and it's him just celebrating the idea that the weaponry is loaded.
And then we'll have to fall back on, and you're going to be the guy to choose it?
Yeah, and we won't be happy about that. we won't be happy about that. But that's. Guys,
I got all those picks that I didn't have for those 3 years when I didn't draft anybody of quality, and now I'm going to make them now. Because remember Carson Schlesinger?
Hey, the whole con, the big con that they're doing here is just trying to extend their lives, and extending their lives is continually telling Haslam, "Hey, we have picks; they're coming. I get to choose these guys. I get to figure this out."
So this is my call to Browns fans. When you criticize Kevin, and you should, Kevin has not been good, right? What's the record in the last 2 years now? What were they, 3-14? So now they're 5-20 in their last 25 games. Is my math sound there?
Ooh, it was 4-18 when I stopped keeping track.
Okay, so it's not good. So you can criticize Kevin. Don't forget to criticize Andrew. I think that's where, if I hear Nate Tice say something negative about Andrew, and then I hear this guy say something negative about Kevin, they're both true. We don't have to choose one guy to blame because we can blame them both. 216-474-0092. You heard what Nate Tice had to say about Andrew Berry's roster construction. Are we starting to get to the point where Andrew Berry's going to get more criticism and a bold move? Some are suggesting that Kevin Stefanski makes. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Miami when Tua Tagovailoa and the Dolphins host the Baltimore Ravens. Both have had a disappointing start to the season, but both coming off big wins and looking to get back-to-back W's. Don't miss it, the Ravens and the Dolphins on Thursday Night Football.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland is Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
John Fanta coming up in 1 hour's time. Listen, we've been scorched earth the last 2 days. I think you guys have been as well. I'm assuming scorched earth Fanta. He might start respectable, but then something will be said that tips him off where he really goes, or he just starts scorched earth.
I hope he just starts scorched earth, and then I hope he just continues to be scorched earth, and then I hope he ends the call and we're like, that was Fanta scorched earth.
Yeah, that's what we need, right? This is a time to let that anger out. Let your anger out at the Browns organization. I will tell you, I'm not happy that Andrew Berry is not speaking the rest of the week or certainly next week. He's not scheduled to speak right now. I already think it is a bad look. I think it's embarrassing. He didn't speak after the Joe Flacco trade. He didn't speak after the Greg Newsome trade. And the reality is we have come to expect Andrew to speak in moments like this. And there can be a myriad of reasons why that's happening. But I thought it was interesting when Mary Kay Cabot was on with the Midday Boys. She detailed why, just maybe, the Browns haven't sent Andrew Berry out there yet.
That's not on the table. That's not something that anybody is contemplating. I mean, if anything, and I asked Kevin Stefanski this yesterday, one thing that he could possibly do, and I would actually advocate it, is turning the play calling over to Tommy Rees just to see if he can't get something else out of this offense. They have to do something. What's happening now is unsustainable. Now, it will help that said Tillman's coming back.
All right, so real quick, let's cut this off. That's not the right clip. And in fairness, I looked at the sheet here. It's not the right clip. So, Jax, can you work with Jake to find the clip where basically Mary Kay Cabot says why Andrew Berry isn't out there? Just real quick while we stall. Let's go ahead and play it right now. Jackson's got it up.
All right.
I think the thing that makes it weird is the fact that he's done it every single year since they have been here. The thing that doesn't make it weird is that most other GMs don't do it. When you look around the AFC North, most of those guys don't come out and speak at the bye week, and it's not a common thing that necessarily happens around the league. A lot of times, NFL teams will want their coach to be the spokesman for the football team during the season, and then the GM talks at other various points, pre-draft and in training camp and whatnot, combine and owners meetings. But during the season, a lot of teams want their coach to just be front and center and not have someone else out there talking. So they made their decision this year to do it this way, and I know they're getting pushback on it, and people are confused about it, and maybe they'll change it up again next year, but this is what they decided to do.
I'll be really surprised if they decided this back when Andrew Berry spoke in training camp. I'll be really surprised if this wasn't the turn of events that has happened over the last 8 weeks. And it is one thing to break precedents, which you yourself has set at any point. It's one thing to do it in this season.
Yeah.
And listen, you know me. Kevin Stefanski, I can take him or I can leave him, right? I think he's a good coach if you give him talent, which means he's not a great coach. I can build you a resume of 1 billion coaches in the NFL that if they have talent, they'll win. Hey, if you give them a franchise quarterback, yeah, you just described every coach in the NFL.
Right.
Anybody worth their salt should be able to win with a great quarterback or a great team. All right. I have criticisms of Kevin Stefanski, but the year that you conveniently decide to hide Andrew Berry from the media, it happens to be the year where they are 2-6 going into the bye, where, by the way, Kevin Stefanski is very clearly set up to be the fall guy, which I understand that might be the way it goes. But the fact that Andrew gets to shirk responsibility and answer for his moves, any of the bad moves he's made, but certainly the trades that he's made, and now at 2-6, conveniently he's nowhere to be found because, well, we just discovered the rest of the NFL doesn't do this. Bull crap. I do not believe you. You have no currency with me. You have no currency with the fans. All you're doing is further setting apart, okay, here's Kevin Stefanski, here's Andrew Berry, and you're setting one guy up to take every hit, when, by the way, he's taken every hit for Deshaun Watson, a trade that he didn't progenate, although he did get on board for. He's taken every hit for the last damn 20 games, 25 games that this team has failed. This is disloyal. It is wrong. It is patently absurd that Andrew Berry and the Browns this year specifically at 2-6 have broken their own protocol that they've set. And that's how the NFL operates. But it's not how you've operated, and you can't hide behind that crap.
And it's the picking and choosing that I think fans have a right to be mad about here because, as you mentioned, like this year of all years is the years that he does. And I don't really care about other teams' precedents, but also we should note Eric DeCosta does speak a lot in Baltimore. And we also should point out Mike Tomlin speaks every single week. He spoke today, and Tomlin, more than Omar Khan, is the person constructing the Steelers roster. So, those GMs do speak. And yes, is it bothersome in certain instances? Like Lamar's got that whole situation, and maybe we'll touch on this a little bit later on. Lamar's got his whole situation about the injury report and everything else like that. Is it bothersome to Ravens fans that DeCosta's not out there right now speaking on behalf of that? I'm sure it is. Yes, I'm sure it is. But he speaks way more than most GMs. So I just don't know that you can use that as an excuse, but the picking and choosing for when you do it is what should bother Browns fans here.
What did Jimmy Haslam say at the NFL owner meetings in kudos to Kevin Stefanski with his little vote of confidence? It's not when things are good that you find out who your leaders are.
When they're bad.
It's when they're bad.
Yeah.
And so for Jimmy Haslam then the week later to okay Andrew not being out there, for Andrew Berry himself to be okay with not being out there speaks volume about the leadership. And there's really I've given you one of the logical conclusions from this. One of them is they're just going to continue to set Kevin up to be the patsy like this was all his fault, when if anything, Kevin's biggest crime is not pushing back on the dodo brain ideas that they've come through and botched time and time again. All right, so that's one. The other is Andrew's already cooked, and he's not really the GM, that they're making decisions by quorum, and it's just a matter of time before he gets back.
And he might be tired of defending decisions that he's not responsible for, too. Like,
Andrew?
Think about it. Well, yeah, from what you're suggesting right there, like if he's not actually making decisions right now, and he's got to do it for somebody else, then yeah, that would bother the hell out of me, too.
Well, no, I'm talking about Kevin.
Oh, you said
Andrew. Kevin. Okay, good
We
God.
got confused there.
All right, well, let's try and retrace our steps.
Do you think Andrew's still making calls or not?
I don't know. But my point was Kevin being the guy twisting in the wind for decisions that he's gone along with and not pushed back on.
Okay, because we can still play with this here, though. Like if you don't know that Andrew's making these decisions and you think it's actually Dee Podesta or somebody else, you could see why Andrew then wouldn't want to sit up at the podium and be like, "Yeah, we made these decisions for X, Y, and Z." If he can't actually back them up.
Well, but I think those are the only two things. Either he's distancing himself from Kevin, and everything we've thought about the power dynamics between them changing is true, or he's already a dead man walking, and they're just not going to put him out there because you don't need to put a guy out there to defend decisions if he's not going to be here in 8 weeks.
Well, and again, if I was a dead man walking and I knew I was a dead man walking, why am I taking that firing squad of a media storm that I'm going to have to try to maneuver through with decisions that I don't even really believe in?
Because Kevin Stefanski's also doing it?
I know, but if I was Andrew Berry, I'd be like, I guess that's your job now. That's what you do. It's not fair to Kevin Stefanski in any sort of way. In fact, if you're a leader, you'd stand up there and you'd take a couple bullets for him, and you might even do it more frequently if you knew both people were cooked. But clearly, Andrew Berry doesn't want to do that.
Whichever way it is, it's a bad look. Whichever way it is, it's another way of embarrassing. And honestly, here's the thing. It's insulting to Kevin Stefanski. It's insulting to fans in this town who pay their hard-earned money. I mean, how many... we don't, of course, we can't go over to the tailgate anymore downtown because Cleveland did away with that. Thank you, Mayor Bibb, protecting local businesses. But back when we would just be able to go do that, every time you'd see Browns fans line up, give up their Sundays, give up their hard-earned money to support this team in spite of the bird-brain decisions that do not work out for this organization. So the idea now that you've changed your own precedents in what happens to be an even more bleak season than the year before, where fans just want answers. Fans just want to hear from you.
They're forgetting the idea of the press conferences, Nick. The whole idea of press conferences is to be the conduit for the fan. It is to be, you're ushering in what exactly the voice is, and then you're speaking to the fan base. The media is all there because, again, we're the conduit of all this, but like that's the idea, is it's the only time you're supposed to be able to really speak directly to the fan base, and not speaking to this fan base amid a 2-win season and a disaster. That is in and of itself the slap in the face.
And here's the thing. You've already slapped them in the face by taking away anything fans identified with, right? There was a large contingent of fans who identified with Baker, and you took that away because, well, you're going to identify when we're in the Super Bowl. And then you didn't follow through on the second half of that act. You hired guys who no one in this town identifies with. I shouldn't say no one, because there's people who want to be Ivy Leaguers, people who want analytics to be all everything's about. Yeah, this is still a blue-collar area. There's still a blue-collar region. And you hired people who stand up there, say nothing, stand for nothing other than themselves, other than the process, which are tantamount to not a damn thing. And then you can't even bother to send them out there and answer questions about their own failure. That, to me, is failure of leadership, and that's failure on Jimmy. That's failure on the PR staff. That's failure on Andrew Berry. And listen, it ain't fair. Football's not fair. Life isn't fair. But it's not right to Browns fans. And here's the other thing. It's not right to Kevin Stefanski. He deserves a little bit more than that, even if he's also a huge part of this failure.
Oh, and he's too classy of a guy to go ahead and speak up about this exact problem. He's not going to go ahead and bust toss Andrew Berry, but he probably should be thinking about whether or not this is making him be the best version of Kevin Stefanski to everyone else when he's the only person that has to be held culpable for all this stuff. But you got to face the music. If you're Andrew Berry, you got to face the music. That's the point.
216-474-0092. So no Andrew Berry, by the way. They're not going to talk this week because you don't matter.
Well, you still say yet, because we can bully him enough into the idea that they've learned that they have to do these things, or they should do these things, and they should be speaking to the fans. So like I'm still holding out some hope that we can speak enough on this, and then by Thursday or Friday he actually does take it to the podium. We've done it before. I've been at this station before where teams have said we are not speaking to the media. There's no plans of speaking to the media, and then whatever radio show it is does something like this, and then before you know it, they actually do end up speaking.
I just don't believe. They got what they wanted. They got the Brook Park barn-dominium, as Daryl called it. They're focused on that. They're not focused on fan relations. They don't care. They do not care. And that is as apparent as anything. And it's bad enough. It's bad enough to put that product on the field, but to then just completely ignore your fans when all they want is an answer for your failed use of the money that they give you. I got to tell you, that is beyond smug.
We won't even get the answer that we want, and we know that, but you still have to show up and you still have to deliver. Even if it's a non-answer, you still have to deliver it. You still have to at least give us an attempt here.
What am I talking about? They're smarter than us.
They're not going to give us anything.
Guys,
that's a part where I feel a little bit like, oh man, we're just wasting our time even advocating for them to speak. Yeah, Barry's going to get up there and not say anything anyway.
Guys, don't worry about it. They're just smarter than you. All right? They got nicer, they dress in suits, they all get around, and they talk about their time in Skull and Bones, and they laugh about how much you care about this team. These morons, they just keep shelling out the money. It's just a big gas to them. I mean, hell, 1/3 of the brain trust doesn't even live in Cleveland. I see them walk around in hugging shorts and go for little jogs around the dais there in Berea.
Oh, he doesn't jog in suits?
No. But should. If he was really committed to the bid.
Let's get him one of those suits that he can jog in.
Let's go with, where do you want to go here? Because I still can't read that.
Oh, I like Big Nose because the name is funny.
All right, Big Nose in Cincinnati.
I also have a big nose. So what up, Big Nose?
What's going on, JP?
Hey, man.
John Dorsey, he picked all these people that were supposed to be so great on the team. Why'd they get rid of them? Freddie Kitchens? Is that why?
All right, so one, he didn't draft Joel Bitonio, and I thank you for the call. He didn't draft Myles or, oh my gosh, there's somebody, Njoku.
It was that first class, the 2017 class.
Baker, Nick Chubb, a lot of the players. He did trade for Wyatt Teller. I don't know, because John wasn't John
beats his own drum. Yeah, John beats his own drum. John does things the way that he wants to be done. And listen,
and Jimmy wanted analytics because he loves the process.
I love John Dorsey. I've not been shy about my love for John Dorsey. I think John Dorsey was the greatest thing to happen to the Browns, and the fact that he's not still with the Browns, I think is something we don't talk nearly enough about. But John definitely, he wanted it his way or the highway, and with the Haslams, it just seems like that's not how they operate. Ask Greg Williams about that.
But they do love analytics. They do love.
Well, and they also love
the
people
analytics
that they can just kind of put in place and just kind of do their bidding and be their puppets in many ways. And you see this working all the way down. And you see how the hierarchy works to then having someone like Stefanski who will just sit up there and be their puppet in many ways. And it's just, you got to dance for your dollar. If you want to be a part of the Browns, you got to dance for your dollar.
Brian in Nantucket. Welcome to the show, Brian in Nantucket.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Hey, Brian. Doing pretty well, buddy. What you got for us?
But not as good as you in Nantucket. How about that?
Right. It's beautiful right now. But yeah, the whole entire time. And I think the fact that Andrew Berry doesn't want to stand up and face the music, because he's going to have to stand under some heat. First off, and I've been saying this for the longest, that third round Dylan Gabriel pick was the most egregious draft pick in the 2025 NFL draft. The fact that Stefanski said that he was his number 2 rated quarterback ahead of Jackson Dart, what astute quarterback evaluator, and the fact that Stefanski and these guys are supposed to be offensive minds could come to that conclusion and actually make that statement is so mind-blowing to me. That's absolutely mind-blowing to me. And I was taken back that Jimmy Haslam said that he gave them somewhat a vote of confidence that you have 2 first-round draft picks next year. It's like, do you have any sort of confidence in these guys to potentially pick a quarterback next year in a quarterback draft that could seemingly not be as deep as we thought it to be? Makes absolutely no sense after making a statement. I like what Sean King said this morning on UCSS. He said the fact that Stefanski said that about Dylan Gabriel, that is a fireable offense.
I think, and the funny thing is, Brian, we appreciate you. Where does being blatantly wrong on Dylan Gabriel? It's not even the top 5 of things they've been blatantly wrong about.
No, we're already throwing away a third-round pick, and nobody's even discussing that as some sort of big bugaboo. It's like as if we just have them to burn when we have so many needs that we already have to fill.
I feel like we just need to rank our grievances every single week, and then just maybe Dylan moves up, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. At this point, Dylan's going to have to be historically worse. It's already bad. Much worse to even crack the top 5, let alone maybe even the top 10. Where is Andrew Berry? As a fan, do you care that Andrew Berry's not speaking this week? I think it's great. And Kenny Atkinson talks about credit for Donovan Mitchell in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Here in the U.S., for a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
The bye week is here, and the Browns are searching for answers. Which domino will fall first? The most sports talk in the CLE. 92.3 The Fan.
John Fanta coming up in about 40 minutes. Albert Breer coming up at 5:20 today. He did have a write-up on his most recent MMQB post about Myles Garrett. If you guys missed the start of the show, JP ran down some numbers that go against the idea that Myles' contract is untradeable. And we actually, our guy, Johnny Bean, who we talked about earlier, he's actually looked at the website that you culled from the numbers, and he now looks at this and goes, well, maybe Myles is tradable. So we're converting people.
Oh, the guy that doubted it, or
yes.
what? Oh, nice. Okay, good. All right.
So we are spreading truth here instead of just reacting and saying that's impossible to happen and so on and so forth. But we'll have all that with John Fanta and Albert Breer coming up at 4:20 and 5:20. Donovan was great last night in the Cavs' latest win, 35 points in 29 minutes on the court, and it restarted the conversation about how much Donovan is too much Donovan for people.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that's like the takeaway out of that game. You know, there's a lot of different takeaways I think I would have out of that game. I liked the full court press that they eventually put on Cade Cunningham after Cade started to look like maybe something was happening, and then Cade played what is arguably the worst game I've ever seen him play against the Cavs. Like, absolutely just got shut down. But really what the takeaway from that game yesterday should be is you basically ate Detroit's lunch from a defensive standpoint. And everyone wants to turn around in a game you win by 20 to complain about Donovan being awesome on the second night of a back-to-back? Like, what are we doing?
I mean, I think any time the conversation goes, do we have too much Donovan? I think that's really just maybe a way of expressing doubt about Evan. I think Evan was so commanding in the first half of the opener, and he's been good. Like, statistically, I think he's averaging 20 points a game. I think he's averaging a double-double right now per game. But because we haven't seen him take over an entire game like that, I think people are starting to get impatient with it, which I understand. I would also counter, it's 4 games into the season, and Donovan being great, like, Donovan's not just going to hand off the ball and go, here now, your turn, Evan. Evan's got to take it. And I think right now, your frustration shouldn't be with Donovan. If anything, it should be with Evan and continuing to having to be cajoled to take over games.
Well, and one thing you see with Evan that I think is interesting is, first off, he's shooting more three-point attempts than ever before, but he's also in the mid-range a lot too. And so, like, they're clearly trying to see how far they can stretch out just him being a shooter. Yeah. And it's different. It looks different. It feels different. And in fact, I would imagine a lot of people are upset with what they call the shot diet of Evan Mobley so far. But I feel like that's
I'm upset with any diet.
Yeah, any diet just gets to you. Suzanne Summers diet, all of them.
Atkins diet.
We're just doing classic diets from 30 years ago that don't even really exist anymore.
The caveman diet, that's from 20 years ago.
There we go. Now we're getting there. So people are mad at his shot diet. They're mad at a few things. It's so odd. The team has looked pretty good, and all of a sudden, all I hear is just complaints about this team. And I sometimes I wonder, am I watching the same product as a lot of people?
I think that's maybe what I'm surprised about, is that there is that kind of impatience. I think we all thought that's going to be a little bit more of a mellow regular season because, we all understand that until you get to the playoffs, none of this matters. I understand the fundamental point where I think people have resigned themselves to the only time or the only chance that you have to take over the NBA, become an NBA champion, is if Evan becomes your best player. So I think the mind is in the right place. I just think it's a little early to say anything, to just draw anything sweeping from these 4 games, because it's going, like, the process of Evan being the player you want him to be takes time.
Yeah.
And I know nobody wants that because, this player was this person in year 3. This is different. And we also have to face the idea, and maybe this is where the concern really is, that Evan might never become the player that we thought he would be when he was drafted, or at any of the point we thought he could be, Bosch or Duncan or any of those guys. That also might be the reality here. But I don't think it comes at the expense of Donovan Mitchell, who I think has just been Donovan Mitchell through the first 4 games.
I mean, and even looking at his usage numbers, they're not crazy. It's like 32%. It's not insane. It's the higher parts of the league. He's living in that Anthony Edwards territory of usage in any given game, but it's nothing crazy at this point. I'm honestly, I'm going to come away with this almost even more impressed that he's willing to go ahead and try to put up 35 on the second night of a back-to-back on Game 4 of the season. Like, that's insane at the front of it. There's so many NBA players that wouldn't even consider attempting to try to have that type of game last night.
Yeah, I'm still in the love bubble with this team where I'd like to see Evan call for that stuff more. I would. I think that concern, or not concern, but that desire, I think, is well-founded by Cavs fans because it's been a conversation for now, 4.5 years. Get it. However, they're so much fun to watch, and they keep playing they're doing all this without Darius, who now might be there in early November.
And we got to see that big lineup last night that looks like it's never going to be able to score. That's so funny. The Larry Nance one, the one that is. It's like, who's scoring in this? Dean Wade. It's just a really funny lineup to me.
They're all going to sit around the perimeter and wait for somebody to throw them the ball.
They just go so big in that moment. You can see Atkinson. You can see on his face. He's like, I don't know how we're going to score. And it just looks like I don't know how they're going to score either.
I'm going to tell you, put Darius with 3 guys 6'8" or taller who can all shoot the 3 ball, including Dean Wade, including Evan, including did I mention Dean Wade? Larry Nance Jr.
Yeah.
And then find me another 6'8" or taller guy, and bam. Bang biscuit.
And that might be the plan at the end of the day. That might be what you end up doing. But it's just funny because you get all these
Porter Jr. now.
And Tyson and all these bench players that then when they all just end up on the court at the same time, it's really funny how big the Cavs end up getting.
216-474-0092. Is too much Donovan Mitchell actually a thing? I just don't think it is. And by the way, this is a better playoff conversation than it is a regular season.
And I think in the playoffs, we're going to have a real conversation about this. I think when we get to the postseason, we will have that because we had those conversations last year. Is he taking over the game too much? Why is it that Mobley is there for the first quarter and then it feels like Donovan, something goes off in his head, like, no, my turn now, and then he just takes off and goes, and that's it? Like, we will have these conversations. But on the second night of a back-to-back, where Donovan needed to score, it's just not the conversation.
And I think once you get into the playoffs, those conversations are really, really complex. If you're used to taking over games and you're Donovan, and the other guy's not used to calling for it, there's a gap that has to be bridged. But Kenny Atkinson can only tell Evan Mobley, hey, go out there and get yours. He can only say that so many times. And Donovan, I think you missed the point of Donovan Mitchell. A guy who, again, wasn't supposed to be this player, wasn't supposed to be a 25-point player a night, wasn't supposed to be first-team All-NBA coming out of Louisville as the 13th pick, 14th pick in what was a 2017 NBA draft. So, the reason Donovan is who Donovan is he is a bulldog. So you can't ask a bulldog to be like, hey, can you be like a
Chihuahua?
You'd be like no, they're pretty fierce. I almost lost a toe to a Chihuahua.
The Taco Bell Chihuahua back in the day?
My grandma Jo had a Chihuahua that my brothers had terrorized, and that Chihuahua did not like feet.
But go a poodle action?
Yeah. Is a poodle nice? That's thinking like a retriever. I was thinking like a retriever.
What's one of those combo dogs that they have now? Where it's like, no. That's historically we just call them mutts, but now they
Golden Doodle?
Golden Doodles, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, the combo dogs.
Okay. So you can't ask a bulldog.
I don't know if anyone's ever called him a combo dog before, but I like the branding of it.
I thought it was a dog that likes combos. However,
no. We just mix every type of breed of dog and just two of them say, hey, get together and have a good time. And then that pops out. And they sell them for $1,500 a piece now.
That's the opposite of what Bob Barker used to say. It was get your pets spayed and neuter.
And now
get them together, put on some Barry White and see where it goes.
They sell them for $2,000 and everyone has a good time.
Is too much Donovan Mitchell a thing? And did we just rebrand Mutt Dogs? What do you think about it?
Combo dog.
This one's a retriever mastiff with a little bit of Chihuahua in it. And it also weighs 300 pounds. You're going to love it.
Shot diet is great.
And we have, but not its actual diet, we have evidence the Browns locker room is behind Dylan Gabriel. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
6 to 5. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Well, get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Go around the AFC North, Wednesday morning at 8. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on the field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
John Fanta coming up in about 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive dissecting the 2-6 Cleveland Browns as we head into the bye week. We do have Albert Breer at 5:20 as well, so he'll be able to give us more insight on the idea of a Myles Garrett trade, if that's what Myles wants in all of this. Mary Kay Cabot was on with a midday show earlier today and said that Myles is going to want more assurances at the end of this season. What more assurances could one get than $40 million? $41 million. Now, before we get to the potential evidence that the locker room is behind Dillon Gabriel, Jordan Schultz has tweeted out within the last hour, the Browns are open to trading veteran safety and special teamer Rayshon Jenkins. Per sources, that'll fix him.
Yeah, that's one way to do it.
Yeah, that's the one. I bet you'll get a real nice 6-rounder for like your own 7th-rounder. Oh, you can level up a whole round on that one. Oh, I can just hear it from here.
Those are the type of trades that we love around these parts.
I like the idea that, like, Andrew Berry's got like a glass of wine. Maybe he's got like a cigarette just ready in case a deal is consummated. And he's like, all right, James Gladstone, talk pick swap to me. And then you just hear careless whisper going on, and all of a sudden things get very, very steamy.
It's always Gladstone.
It is. I mean,
he's the mark right now.
You know why? He's the slump buster.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Yeah.
If you haven't made a trade in a couple weeks, call old Gladstone. He'll trade anything that moves. Like, I think that's pretty apparent at this point.
Poor Gladstone. He just likes to. He comes from the Les Snead world of F these picks, and he's 34 years old, and he's doing it as if you and I were in charge of a team because he's doing it like it's Madden, and it's kind of fun to see all play out.
Yep.
But it's got a chance to be really, really disastrous.
Yeah, because he's starting with a quarterback worse than Jared Goff or Matt Stafford, the two quarterbacks that Les Snead has had with Sean McVay in LA.
That's his only tutelage, though. He spent like 9 years with the Rams. He learned under them, and now he's getting a chance to run this whole thing, and it's got a chance to go and be really problematic.
Now, yesterday, I was one of the few hosts that wasn't like, bench Dillon Gabriel, mostly because I don't trust them and I don't think they've put Shador in a great position to succeed anyways. That's not the same thing as sabotaging, but I don't know that we're going to be able to turn it over Shador and it's just going to change anything. I think the offense might just be screwed. So the question comes down to, do you think you can get slightly better by sticking with Dillon or by going to Shador? Well, we didn't get to this yesterday. After Wyatt Teller said on Sunday that he can't, that basically it was a big defense on Dillon Gabriel, that it's just one of 11 guys. It's 11-guy problem on offense. Joe Bitonio also backed Dillon Gabriel yesterday.
We have confidence Dillon to keep improving. He's had 4 games. He had some tough matchups, and we want the offense to continue to grow. Like, it's not a one-person issue at times, so we want to give our quarterbacks a chance, and I think this bye week, give him a chance to reset, is going to be good for his growth. And for a young guy in this league, like, 4 games is so minuscule on a big platform. So what does he like? How does he like to move in the pocket? Where does he like to set up? All those things are still questions that we have to answer, and then as an offense, we want to perform better to give him a chance to truly be evaluated.
So the one thing, a quick rebuttal on Joe. Show me on film where Dillon Gabriel's got better across 4 weeks.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to.
Yeah, okay. Just respectfully to Joel, who I honestly do think the world of.
Joel he's always glass half full guy. That's his MO.
So I'm glad you said that, because I listened to that yesterday after we got off air, and I thought one thing. and I was going for a walk earlier today before the show downstairs, and it immediately clicked that I don't know that Joel is just backing Dylan because he really believes in Dylan. I think Joel is backing. I think this is more of the sides being taken in what is probably going to be the Barry and Stefanski split. I think Joel's backing his head coach. I think Joel, and I think Wyatt too, I think they understand that Dylan is Kevin Stefanski's guy. And if you're Joel Bitonio or Wyatt Teller, you probably have more trust in Kevin Stefanski right now, and you probably should from the player side of things, than you do Andrew Barry. So the second time I listened to it, I didn't just hear, oh, we actually believe in Dylan Gabriel. I think it is we believe in Kevin Stefanski to continue to put this kid in the best position to succeed, and we're siding with Kevin Stefanski in whatever's coming down the road.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why I think Joel Bitonio is even playing football this year is to try to help out Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah.
And so, like, I mean, no part of this is anything that anybody should be shocked by. It's more the idea that, yeah, he's going to stick by Stefanski, which, by the way, it's not like we got a bunch of people in that locker room that are ready to go to battle for Stefanski, but Bitonio's consistently been one of them.
Well, and I think, by the way, Kay on the YouTube channel saying Nick went for a walk. Lies. No, the lie would be Nick went for a run. Yeah. No.
Walks are, we could do walks.
Yeah, I got walks. That I can do. It's the running or the intense cardio that I tend to stay away from.
How far could you run right now?
I get 100 yards.
I don't know if that's impressive or not. I don't know. I'm trying to do the math in my head really
it's
quickly.
Impressive. I'm 40 and morbidly obese.
One length of a football field.
Are we talking sprinting?
And then
because I just wouldn't. I don't want to snap my Achilles.
Yeah, basically. I mean, listen. Some people, they spend their weekends running, whole marathons. You're only saying 100 yards. You're not saying like an incredibly long.
It's the sprinting. If you said like running hard but not sprinting, I will see. I still probably wouldn't do that. That's a recipe for disaster with his body.
Running hard that turns into a fast walk. Is that what we're going to get to?
I mean, it's not power walking. It's running harder than power walking, but it's not running as hard as sprinting.
Well, part of growing up is understanding that you're really never going to be in a situation where you have to run more than 100 yards anyway.
I mean, I don't really have to outrun any lions anymore, so I'm pretty safe.
As an adult, when is that ever going to pop up? That you just need to run more than 100 yards?
Now, getting back to it, even if the defense of Dylan Gabriel is really a defense of Kevin Stefanski, that is a sign that Dylan Gabriel does have the locker room, or at least parts of that locker room, including two of the most important leaders you've had on that side of the ball since going back to when Kevin Stefanski got
here. I just always think that the offensive guys tend to stay with the quarterback anyway. There are a lot of Coach Rizzes, and Coach will join us today, but they tend to think the best of these quarterbacks in many ways. It's the defensive players that I always like to hear from, because the defensive players don't stick up for the quarterbacks ever, and they do get very vocal about what they think is or isn't good. You know how in the NBA, it's very obvious, talk to NBA players, they know who can play and who can't play. I always like to talk to the defensive players, because the defensive players in the NFL, they'll call it out which quarterback stinks and which one doesn't.
But I think the difference is Dylan doesn't have to worry about Myles. Myles isn't going to buy into Dylan until Dylan throws for 300 yards and wins. Takes you to a 10-point win over Baltimore. Should that ever happen in 2 weeks?
But Myles will buy into the mystery box, and the mystery box is Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, but I don't think in season with Kevin Stefanski, I don't think Myles is going to Kevin and say, see what the kid has. Not yet. I don't think that's. I think it's if Joel went in the bye week and went to Kevin and said, Kevin, I've said it publicly. I've got your back. I love you. Go to the other kid.
Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, I think that would have a lot more weight than a defensive guy. Because in fairness, I don't think Myles has gotten along with a quarterback since he's been in Cleveland.
Joel he's been through so many quarterbacks, though, and I've never heard him. We watched P.J. Walker go out there, and P.J. Walker did win games. I need to be nicer to P.J. Walker. But we watched a lot of quarterbacks, whether it's P.J. Walker, DTR.
Browns legend, P.J. Walker.
All these other guys, and we watched them lose and be awful in the process, and we never heard Joel say a bad thing.
Well, yeah, in public. I think that's important. I think what Joel says behind the scenes, but I do think
we're in the territory we'll never find out then, because Joel behind the scenes could have already said, "I want Shedeur Sanders." We just don't know.
I'd be pretty surprised if he said that.
I would be too. But if we're playing in the world of publicly, he's going to give the good stance towards Kevin Stefanski, but privately he can basically say whatever he wants. Then we don't know.
But I do think each time that he has gone and said something positive about a Browns quarterback he played with, doesn't mean each time he meant the same thing. And I would be very shocked if that locker room doesn't feel whatever simmering tension there is when you're 2-6. I'd be shocked if they don't see Stefanski say the thing about the Flacco trade of, basically, it wasn't my idea, but I support Andrew Berry. I wouldn't be shocked if we start to see those divisive lines we've talked about, if this is part of those forming in that locker room.
I do think the difference here, too, is the idea that there's a lot of players on this offense that probably feel like they're responsible for Dillon Gabriel not looking as good. And that might even be Joel Bitonio. Now, Joel's not had a bad year, all things considered, but that offensive line as a whole has not been particularly good. And what wide receiver is going to be like, oh, I'd have this awesome season if it wasn't Dillon Gabriel? Maybe Jerry Jeudy would be the one, because for some reason, Dillon Gabriel just ignores Jerry Jeudy and his existence. But a lot of these guys, they're not going to look at Dillon and say anything short of, we're a part of the problem with Dillon.
The Jerry Jeudy thing would at least be defensible if you weren't also trying to throw the ball to Isaiah Bond.
I mean, I can't explain the Jerry Jeudy thing. Having 2 targets last week, having 5 the week prior, it doesn't make sense to me. He's your best wide receiver. Throw him the football.
And Browns fans are right to say, but he leads the league in drops, or he does this, yes. And the other wide receiver is Isaiah Bond.
Yeah. Well, meanwhile, Corley gets a lot of run, and it's like
only
what's
on the reverses.
I just don't understand it. We're inventing guys and putting them on the field and then giving them more run than Jerry Jeudy.
You know what? I think they need more screens. I think that's the problem right now. Is I don't think they're trying enough screens on Sunday.
Yeah, just more bubble screens.
Yeah. I mean, listen, if you fail at 5 bubble screens, try 7. If 7 doesn't work, try 9.
Hey, you put that on a T-shirt, you can sell it on Etsy. Yeah. Make a lot of money.
What did just bubble screens?
Well, if 5 bubble screens doesn't work, go with 7.
Look at that. 216-474-0092. Joe Bitonio backs Kevin Stefanski on Dillon Gabriel. Do you agree or disagree that the Browns offense is more than just one piece?
Yeah, I think it's more than just one piece, but I also think Dillon Gabriel can be much better than what he has been. And I think the responsibility of Dillon Gabriel should be that he should be much better than what he is.
Yeah, I think that's where it goes back to the old cliche that I know is very overused in sports talk, but 2 things can be true at the same time. The idea that the offensive struggles aren't just about the quarterback spot. It is about the O-line not being good enough. It is about the wide receivers not being good enough and not running the ball consistently enough. And at the same time, Dillon isn't playing well enough. Like the bar that people, this is what I think kills me when I hear, well, it's more than just a one-guy issue. This isn't like they're 18th in the NFL. This isn't like, well, they're the 24th best offense in the NFL. No. They're non-functioning again, which is why you went away from Joe Flacco in the first place after week 4, is you were not functioning as an offense.
Yeah, it's got to be significantly better. And I'm waiting to find out if you had the incident with Shador, and we'll talk about that later, I'm sure. But like the incident with Shador where he's out there liking posts that suggest that he should be the starter. Wait until we see like Isaiah Bond or someone like that like one of those posts.
Is that when it really starts to?
That's when it starts to hit the fan.
It will really hit the fan when Joe Bitonio's liking one of those.
Is Joe Bitonio even on Instagram or TikTok or any of the social media?
I mean, I bet you he's on the gram. They got the same reason I am. Got a lot of great cooking videos there. Got a lot of inspo.
TikTok's got a lot of that stuff. Are you using like the reels on Instagram? Is that what you're using?
I'll use anything if it gets me in the way. If it puts me in the path of more things to cook that I find incredibly delicious. Where there's a way, there's a Wilson.
Oh, yeah?
Come on.
Now, is that the T-shirt?
Come on, that's the shirt. And it's just me going. I smiled and I put 2 thumbs up, guys, for those of you listening.
I like us describing for YouTube now because we need to actually do it over the air.
Well, no,
YouTube gets it. Now, for radio, we have to be like, this is what happened.
Yeah, it's audio and stereo. We're doing the same thing at the same time. 216-474-0092. Oh, he's juggling. 6'7". Joe Bitonio backs Kevin Stefanski on Dillon Gabriel. Is the locker room actually backing Kevin, or do you think this is a legitimate chance that Dillon still has the locker room? John Fanta, NBC Sports in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey!
90 west past 77 has the right shoulder block. Heavy congestion westbound on 90 from East 55th to 77. This is Joe Checkeye for 92.3 The Fan.
The Browns head into the bye week and all eyes are on Berea. Will changes be made soon? When will Shedeur Sanders get his shot? Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got Albert Breer coming up in 1 hour's time, but the Browns stink. And nobody in Berea is going to be talking this week. Not Andrew Berry, not San Diego Paul. In fairness, I think Kevin Stefanski's got the week off because I don't know if you know this. It's called a bye week, but no one really wants to talk about this 2-6 team. Except you, the fans, and us here at the station, and our next guest. He's Cleveland's own. We'll see which John Fanta we get today. Are we going to get Scorched Earth Fanta? He's going to come in, I guess, reasonably, but you know him, you love him. NBC Sports. He makes Cleveland proud every time he comes on NBC Sports as well. The great John Fanta joins us now on the Fan Hotline. John, welcome to the show.
Nick, JP, good afternoon. Happy Tuesday. Oh, man. Happy bye week. I can guarantee one thing. Our Sunday will go better. This upcoming Sunday will go better.
The Browns will not lose on Sunday, and that is an absolute fact. And I will say, one step closer to that burger, friend.
Yes, for the listening audience who doesn't realize, in the preseason, myself and Mr. Wilson, I said that the Browns could get 6 wins. Nick was on the side of 3, and obviously Dr. Nick is well on his way to that burger, if not a double cheeseburger, because this team had week 1, and they had the game in London, and I once again got roped into thinking that a losing organization could finally flip the script or figure out a way to win some of these games and turn a corner. And I thought wrong. And now here we are in a bye week where nobody's talking, because what happens when no one has anything to say? What happens is it means that everybody in the room knows that they're wrong. That they're wrong in how they thought, they're wrong in how they processed. And so they're being quiet, but I honestly think it goes all the way to the top. And right now, I just have to think, I have to wonder about the people that run this organization and how they could be proud of what is happening in any way, shape, or form. And if they think that what they're doing is okay, there's got to be some brain examinations. I mean, that's just where we're at right now, because under no circumstances is what's happening in Berea right now professional football product.
John, who do you have more of a quarrel with, Kevin Stefanski and the job he's done the last 5+ years, or absent Andrew Berry?
The general manager not speaking during the bye week is a major problem to me. Kevin goes out there and he doesn't complain, and he doesn't, he's shown some signs of finally wear and tear. I mean, everybody thinks he's a robot and whatnot. Look, they're both at fault. And they both should be out at the end of this year. You ask me who's more? Guys, to me, what is the plan from a personnel standpoint? I know that you gave Deshaun Watson the worst contract in National Football League history, but it doesn't take away from the fact that this offensive line is worn down. This offensive line is done. They don't have a number 1 receiver. They don't have a number 2 receiver. They don't have a receiver room. The talent that is there, yes, the general manager drafted and has looked good. That's great. Up until this draft, if you looked at the second contracts from which he had drafted, it would be few and far between. The room of players, of core players, is aging. The guy that you gave money to over the offseason complains week in and week out and should not be blamed and cannot be blamed. Myles Garrett tries. How do you have 5 sacks in a game and your team is non-competitive? Now, the play calling and the scheme is old and stale, and the gimmicks on Sunday just showed now we got to trick them to try to have a chance. But the construction of this roster, the ineptitude of this quarterback plan, that falls on the general manager and his front office. He is in charge of constructing this roster. This is a bottom 2 or 3 roster in the National Football League, and the head coach is absolutely at fault. I do not want to come on this show and say I am not blaming the head coach, because I don't know what the head coach is doing from week to week on offense. They don't have a plan. They don't have a semblance of a plan. But I can't watch this football team and sit here and say that a really good coach would be getting more than a win or 2 more out of this team. They're just not talented enough. They're not good enough. And it feels like against at least 20 teams in this league, the game is over before it starts. That means that your GM did not construct a team that's capable of being competitive. They are non-competitive against many teams in this league. They won't be they better not be non-competitive a week from Sunday, because the team they're playing that week is a disaster class even after a 1-point win over the Bengals. But the Browns aren't far off, and that falls on the GM for me.
Would you keep Dillon Gabriel at quarterback?
No. I've seen enough. Don't need to see anymore. This isn't going anywhere. It's not going anywhere. What do you have to lose? Your offense it gets an F-. Guys, what positive could you take from this offense right now?
I'm positive it stinks.
I like Quinshon Judkins.
JP, I like him too. I do like him too. And there's no question that there's something there. But guess what? It gets ruined when you can't throw the ball. I laugh when they're throwing the ball on first down. Why? Why are you throwing the ball on first down? The only shot you have of getting positive yardage is with the running back. I mean, it's maddening to me. Time and again on Sunday, it's on first down, we're going to throw the ball. And then on second down, we're going to run the ball. And now it's 3rd down and 8. Hooray! It was the same thing over and over. And then I was like, I got to put something else on. I mean, I'm going to put Halloween Town on with my son. He's 5.5 months. He doesn't even know what's going on in the movie. But I grew up liking this movie, so I'm going to watch this. And maybe my wife will make some of those Pillsbury cookies that you get at the grocery store that are easy 10-minute baked sugar cookies. That'll be a better experience than 3rd down and 12 or 3rd and 17. Then the penalties, illegal shifts. And I just, for a National Football League team, and we've all seen some rough Browns football, right, through the years. We have. But man, this offense, there's just nothing about it that makes you say, yes, they've got a combination here. Yes, they can get into a rhythm. And Dillon Gabriel's just not. To me, that might be the biggest indictment of them all. The night that they took that guy in the 3rd round, we discussed it on the show a few days later, and I said, that to me is the bigger story than Sanders. Because Shedeur Sanders, I didn't mind them taking the flyer on him in the 5th round. He was on the board. But do you think Dillon Gabriel would have been on the board in the 5th or 6th round? My answer is, I bet you he would have been. And they took him in the 3rd round. And that might be the biggest evidence for a front office that right now has, 8 top 150 picks in this upcoming year's draft. Could have more depending on what they do at the deadline. How could you trust a front office that drafted Dillon Gabriel in the 3rd round of the National Football League draft when it is very clear he is not an NFL quarterback? He belongs in the UFL.
I don't. We got John Fanta on the fan hotline here. How close are we to just clean house with both Barry and Stefanski, or do you think there's some salvaging something here?
Well, we often say with any team that how they come out of the bye week can sometimes be revealing. I thought Sunday the team quit. They figured out relatively early that they did not have much of a chance in that game. And then you see body language like we saw. Too often now, you could count multiple times where it's been a laugher of a game. They're not losing by 3. They're getting blown out. and they're playing out a string, and it's really, really difficult to watch. I mean, they're not going to fire anybody in season. Okay, we all know that. I mean, I don't think that they will, because I don't even know who the interim head coach would be. I mean, I guess I've heard Bubba Ventrone, but I would probably make it Jim Schwartz. I think I would. I know I would. But what's the point? Like, at this point, you've kept this group around as long as you have. I don't think Haslam's going to do it. I think Haslam lives with guilt. Like, I think Jimmy Haslam lives with guilt about the Watson thing, and he's admitted it to a degree. But I think that for him, Paul DePodesta's somehow convinced him, Jimmy, this group's gone to 2 playoffs. They've shown what they can do in different circumstances. Let them build this thing back up because of the mistake that was made. Well, but the fact is, it doesn't, to me, the personnel's not good. The scheme is stale, and the product is as bad as any in the league. So when you look at those 3 things and the record, you are what your record is. What is he? 4-25 in his last 29 games. I mean, that's just not. It's not going to get it done. That's almost at Hugh Jackson level. So to me, I think Nick and JP. I would say that a week from Sunday is going to be, probably the reckoning. If they lose that game, I don't know how you could possibly salvage the season. The Jets are that bad. They have a first-year head coach who has looked in over his head, and they've got an emotional win on Sunday. And may Nick Mangold rest in peace, and God bless his family. And that was such a tragedy. And I was happy for the Jets that they won that game. But separating that for a moment, this is not a good football team, and the Browns have more talent than the Jets, which is kind of funny. But they should win that game. I don't care where the game's at. There'll be as many Browns fans as there are Jets fans in the stands. Just look at the secondary market. That's probably. I mean, it feels like a day of reckoning. My answer is I don't think so. I think this is beyond repair. I think this is going down a 3-14, 4-13 road. But they do have weak opponents on their schedule. And there's, the day against the Dolphins, albeit against a bad team, there are other bad opponents that they play. I think a week from Sunday, if they come out lifeless and have a similar, they've gone 12 straight games without winning away from Cleveland Brown Stadium. If they go 13th and lose at MetLife, sayonara to this whole thing. I think we're about as close as it is, but a week from Sunday is going to be that day of reckoning, in my humble opinion.
How does this all unfold with Myles Garrett?
The people talking about, I know Albert Breer wrote that they need to look at trading him, and Albert's still to come today, right?
Yeah, 520. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Albert a lot, and I know you guys both do too. I just don't know how that's going to get done. I don't think that it's in a place where it's going to get done, and that the way that the contract is structured, that's going to happen. I don't think that they'll trade him. I also don't think the owners will have given him the deal that he gave him, only to now trade him. How does it play out? Myles, I understand you're complaining, but you're a leader on this team. And I don't like when people rip on him, because to me, I ripped on him last year for the way that he handled everything. But now, guys, what are you supposed to say to the press? He's talking. Jerry Jeudy apparently walked right by the media on Sunday and didn't have anything to say, which is another sign of the locker room's getting lost. But I think for Myles, I don't see him. I don't think there's this dramatic trade, or I wish there was, because I just think this organization needs an entire reset. I really do. I think they need new blood, and they literally got to dig a new hole. But I don't see it. I think Myles Garrett is here in Cleveland to stay.
John Fanta on the Fan Hotline here. All right, David Njoku, Wyatt Teller. What are the names you expect to be here and not be here post the deadline?
Yeah, I would try to deal anybody that I could. David Njoku and Wyatt Teller would be. David Njoku can help a team win right now. He is a good tight end who can get out in space. Teams need that. Obviously, Teller's in the mix there. The secondary, the Browns have multiple pieces that are worthy and that would fit the bill to be traded. So, I don't know what can come in for a Denzel Ward, but I'd be listening. I'm listening to everything because I need to acquire assets and I need to rack them up because this current core is not going to help my football team win games 3 years from now or 4 years from now. Or at least it's unlikely that it's going to happen. That's the problem with the Browns. Their best players are not positioned for their next window. I mean, the rookies are. The rookies are positioned for and they're probably the best players in terms of upside. Obviously they are. But in terms of the guys that you were counting on to help you win football games this year, they're not going to be around. They're not going to be able to help you win to the degree you want them to in 2 or 3 years. Listen to everything. I don't why should Wyatt? If I can get a good offer for Wyatt Teller, why not trade him? What are you trying to do? What, do you want him to keep playing and keep doing stuff for multiple years for this organization? Wyatt Teller's been a great Cleveland Brown. Love Wyatt Teller. I got nothing bad to say about that guy. But his time's up in Cleveland because of where this organization is. They need a complete reset. They're only hurting themselves more by ignoring the inevitables. And the inevitables are, this has played its course. It's not just a burning fire, JP and Nick. It's a fire that you're only trying to contain at the end. The house has already come down. Stop avoiding what reality is. If you could trade Teller, if you could trade Njoku, if you could trade Ward, I love the year that Delpit's having, but if I'm the Browns, I'm looking at all options to trade because they're not going anywhere, and they should try to acquire as many assets as possible. But then I would say this, I don't want the person, even though he drafted this rookie class, I don't want that same person making the draft picks of this next window, because the next most important time for the Cleveland Browns is April, when they sit down and they have their biggest draft for the next 3 to 4 years, because that draft they have to nail. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. And there's not enough subject matter from coach and GM that says that they know what identifiable strong talent is anymore.
John, great stuff, buddy. We asked for scorched earth. I think you scorched the earth, and but respectfully, we appreciate you, buddy, and we'll talk to you next Tuesday.
Respectfully, I never want to see people lose. These guys got families, and I get that. It's time. When it's time, it's time. You guys are paid to evaluate things. This is an unjustifiable product right now, and I feel bad for Browns fans. They deserve better. Cleveland deserves better. Thanks, guys.
It's time, buddy. We appreciate
Thank you, John.
John Fanta there, NBC Sports Cleveland Zone on the Fan Hotline. We'll react to what he had to say and talk about the power shifting once again in the AFC North in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things, people.
Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
What happens when no one has anything to say? What happens is it means that everybody in the room knows that they're wrong in how they thought, they're wrong in how they process, and so they're being quiet, but I honestly think it goes all the way to the top. And right now, I just have to think, I have to wonder about the people that run this organization and how they could be proud of what is happening in any way, shape, or form. And if they think that what they're doing is okay, there's got to be some brain examinations. I mean, that's just where we're at right now, because under no circumstances is what's happening in Breer right now professional football product.
John Fanta, one of his many strong comments about where the Browns are with 9 games to go in the season heading into the bye. And I think something you and I have not got to yet that I think John brings up. It's really important to look good out of this bye. For everybody involved coming out, if you're Miami, the way Miami laid down heading into that Cleveland game, I don't know you can repair it. It's too late in the season.
Well, they rebounded this last week, and Miami got themselves a big win, and I agree with you that it might feel like everything is just dead there, but I don't know. That's interesting to think about. Like, at what point in the season is it too late to have a revival?
Well, I think you're getting there, right? I think this next week, maybe even, if I want to give it to them, maybe even the Jets week, like, once you get half past it, right? Once you've got less games left than you've played, I just think it's so hard for guys not to make the obvious decisions, especially if you do what I think John said they should do, which is anything that can go, should go.
Well, the Jets game is so demoralizing. You got their quarterback crying in closets. You got the owner telling everyone that the quarterback doesn't matter and all these other type of things. And it just feels like they're about as bad as it gets. But they did just beat the Bengals. They just have a game where they put up 39 points. We haven't put up 39 points in a game.
I almost wonder how much the rallying cry for Aaron Glenn is going to affect whether the Jets actually do a fire sale. And I wonder if the Browns are one of 2 teams right now that are in the absolute catbird seat when it comes to that. New Orleans really doesn't have a lot of sellable things left, but I could imagine, now that you've gone to Tyler Shuck, I could imagine looking for assets for next year's draft as they try and build around either Tyler Shuck or another quarterback.
They got Olave, Kamara. Like, they have pieces. I just don't think those pieces have been pretty vocal about not wanting to go anywhere.
But, like, I think here, John mentioned Denzel Ward. Indy needs it. Jacksonville needs it. There's 4 teams right now that could instantly upgrade their cornerback spot by trading for Denzel if that team's willing to eat the salary. Myles is obviously a case, but Njoku, any of the offensive linemen, including Conklin, Posick, Teller, or maybe even Batonio, like, you could get really drastic with this. And I almost think if you're Haslam right now and you're staring down, all right, I've got a GM who's afraid of his own shadow, who's not going to come out and talk. I've got a head coach who sure looks like he's forgotten how to head coach. I don't know why you wouldn't go on a fire sale if you can get significant capital for the next 3 years.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do. I don't know. The idea that we're even talking about Denzel Ward is crazy to me. But if you're trying to get assets, you're trying to get first-round picks. I'm tired of making these deals for all these 6th or 7th rounders. You're going to really try to get picks that matter. Denzel brings in some big fish.
Well, and Myles does too. And again,
Myles does too.
When Albert joins us in about 30 minutes here, we are going to ask him to try and clear this up. You brought some numbers to the show earlier about trades and how you can move money around, whether it's Myles or another player. there seems to be differing thoughts on what actually would happen in a Myles trade, so we'll try and get to that.
Myles trade this early is what seems seems harder to pull off because those numbers are extreme. They are. Now, again, we brought up the idea that as long as both sides are agreeable, then you can basically restructure any contract you want to.
For instance, Greg Newsome and Tyson Campbell trade, where basically the Browns cleared up $8 million in cap space.
Yeah, as long as both sides are agreeable, you can do basically anything you want within a contract in the NFL. Now, for Myles, that would be taking a big leap of faith that the next team would be giving him all the signing bonus and guaranteed money and everything, but they're trading for a reason. Like they obviously believe in him. So that one, though, it seems less likely to me than a post-June 1st trade for next year. That one, if we're being honest about it, that one seems way more likely than anything happening in the next, 8 or 9 days.
216-474-0092. Are we headed for a fire sale with the Cleveland Browns? I don't know that I want to call for it just because that's very depressing and there's still half a season to go. But I absolutely understand the logic with if you're not going to re-sign Wyatt or Njoku or any of your offensive
Would you
linemen,
be upset if they just kind of like half-assed it, the sale? Or like, how deep do you want them to go?
I mean, I think as long as you're not trying to tank for next year, I don't want to tank. All right, if whatever you do, as long as you're still trying to field as best of a team as you possibly can next year, meaning you're going to use whatever money you save in any of these trades to then try and replenish the roster on top of having another good draft, you can at this point you can pretty much do anything. I don't want to trade Myles. If Myles wants out and you get a sweetheart offer, you should seriously consider it. Same thing with Denzel. I wouldn't trade Delpit though. That was the one that when John threw that out there, I wouldn't trade Delpit. That's a young enough player.
Yeah, but he is having his best season, and so the value's never been higher for Delpit.
Yeah, he's a young player that I think will be here when the Browns are good again.
I agree with that. I want him here on the Browns for a long time. Like, I think he's just very good.
Real quick, let's go with Mark in Burton. Are you okay if the Browns go full fire sale at the deadline?
No, absolutely not. I wanted to speak about the quarterback situation in Cleveland.
You may.
I tell you what, as bad as the Browns' offense is, the game planning, everything, they had Joe Flacco looking like he should have retired 5 years ago. And then all of a sudden, he gets traded to Cincinnati, and Joe Flacco looks like an MVP. So that tells you exactly the Browns don't know what they're doing as far as quarterback goes. And there's absolutely nothing a young quarterback's going to do. You can't give up on Dylan Gabriel. There's absolutely nothing you can do. Nothing you can do till you fix the team, fix the game plan, then move on to a quarterback.
Mark, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. Mark and Burton giving us a call there. We missed a little of your call there, but from what it sounds like, at least, I'll be honest with you, I disagree with some of what Mark was saying. I like that you believe something. Mm-hmm. I will say, like, the thing that has blown me away this week, and I'll see if you feel the same way, is just how vocal, like, you guys haven't checked out. You guys are still, like, when you're this pissed as I am, as you are, as I know the Morning Boys were, as everybody's been, and certainly Browns fans have been, I think that tells you there are people who want to fight for the soul of the Cleveland Browns. The question is, does Jimmy Haslam, like, does the Haslam family, and I think that's the thing that remains to be seen at this moment. Do you want to cling to what you decided 6 years ago as some ethos that you've decided is winning football, even though you haven't won enough football, or do you want to actually get down to winning some damn football games? I do that. That's the one I want.
I want the record out there. I also want to win games.
All right, Jax, do you want to win football games?
Put that out there. Can we
I would
put
love
that
to
out
win
there?
football games.
Okay,
Jax, you're on the record.
Win.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Winning's good.
Hey, you know what?
Winning's great.
Real quick here, William. We just answer this. Are you pro winning football?
Absolutely.
Look at William, nailed it. Jim on the road, 5 seconds. Are you pro winning football?
Of course.
Nailed it. I mean, gosh, I haven't heard a guy happy with losing it. Derek, are you pro winning at football?
I mean, with the Browns, give or take, but yeah.
All right, Derek. Didn't really understand the assignment.
A lot of yeses and a give or take.
But we got there.
I'll take a give or take.
Tom in Brooklyn Heights, we got 5 seconds. Are you pro winning at football?
Hey, first-time listener, long-time caller. I love freaking Browns football.
They got to gut the team.
Are you pro winning or losing? Or no, are you pro winning?
I'm pro gutting the team and winning. Losing stinks. They all stink. They got the losing culture. It's gross.
Yeah,
it's
but you do like
gross.
winning.
I need to shower on Sunday.
All right, Tom, we appreciate you. Thank you for the first call. I got to win. That's all I heard there.
First time caller, long time.
I wasn't going to correct him. It's first time caller.
No. First time listener, long time caller. That's what he said.
That's not great.
That's what he said. He said first time. Everyone always has that's a classic radio trope. First time caller, long time listener. He added inverted. That's what made it funny.
Maybe he actually is a first time listener, though.
We've had people that just like to call. They just like to call. They don't even listen.
The old Dick and Dayton.
It's like Randy on Facebook. Yeah. That man doesn't listen.
No.
He just checks out the Facebook feed.
He's just yelling at the clouds. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Shohei Ohtani is already the greatest baseball player that we've ever laid eyes on. His latest accomplishment also stakes a claim to the best individual baseball performance in history.
Okay, you're with me?
Are we positive it can't get even worse?
I don't care.
Because
how you like
because
that?
They make it sound like Shedeur wouldn't even be able to go out there
Doesn't matter.
and walk to the huddle and then complete the play call.
I want to see what Shedeur has. I don't care if it's worse, because at least it'll give me some more to get into. Because this isn't offensive football.
The only thing I would say.
It looks like they didn't practice.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
And the Fan is looking for a winner. Be the ninth caller right now at 216-474 to below 92 to win a pair of tickets to see the Foo Fighters with Queens of the Stone Age August 10th at Huntington Bank Field. Tickets on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. It's all from Live Nation and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Albert Breer coming up in about 20 minutes' time. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, a pro-winning show. That's what you get here on Afternoon Drive. We also have Coach Lance Risland coming up in 60 minutes, but Albert tackled the idea of the Browns trading Myles Garrett and how much sense that makes, how feasible it might be, so we'll talk with Albert in 20 minutes, but let's get to the lead. And Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com joined Baskin and Phelps today. She talked about Myles Garrett's frustration and future with the Cleveland Browns.
Myles is very, very, very frustrated, and he's having arguably the best season of his career. And so he's long talked about wanting to win championships and go to the playoffs and all those things. And here he is stuck on a team that appears to be going nowhere this season, and that's tough for him to take. I think in the offseason he's going to have some assurances that things are going to be different and why they're going to be different and how they're going to be different. I haven't looked at the economics of it, but I don't even know if it's possible or feasible to trade him after paying him all the guaranteed money that they already have. But I do think that he will want some acknowledgement that something's got to give for next season and that there's going to be some victories coming, or he's going to want, I don't know if he would ever ask to be traded again or whatever, but he's not going to be able to continue on like this and maintain his sanity.
I just don't know what assurances would be good enough for him, considering anything short of, hey, here's our franchise quarterback, and this guarantees us a chance to at least be competitive or have a chance to be competitive, then I think he's going to be upset, and I just don't know how they guarantee and give him that spot with the quarterback when there's not a bunch out there.
I mean, the only thing I can think about in terms of assurances other than another raise, how's about $45 million a year, Myles? Is that enough assurance for you? The only other thing I can think of
worked the first time
is if they actually go to Myles, and instead of doing we're going to try and win, Myles, if Jimmy's just honest with him and hears him out when it comes to his opinions on Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry. I think that might be a concession that if instead of, and people have pointed this out, when Myles wanted to talk about his trade request way back in January,
but Jimmy didn't listen.
Jimmy stonewalled him and directed him to Andrew Berry. Maybe don't do that this time, right? Maybe go ahead and listen to the guy and then see where it goes from there.
More from Mary Kay as she mentioned Kevin Stefanski's play calling duties when asked how the Browns can improve offensively.
That's not on the table. That's not something that anybody is contemplating. I mean, if anything, and I asked Kevin Stefanski this yesterday, one thing that he could possibly do, and I would actually advocate it, is turning the play calling over to Tommy Rees just to see if he can't get something else out of this offense. They have to do something. What's happening now is unsustainable. Now, it will help that said Tillman's coming back if he can stay healthy, but they need something else. They need a change. I've also advocated trading for a wide receiver. I don't necessarily think that's in the cards, but I would do it. And once again, I think they can win some games this season if they can get that passing game going.
So I don't think they can win some games because I don't think they're going to get the passing game going. That's where Mary Kay and I maybe separate on this. There's a part of me that's like, I don't know, if Kevin gives up play calling 2 straight years, at some point you've told on yourself.
Yeah, and it's the thing he loves to do the most. That's the part that escapes me. I've been wrong on this before because I was convinced he would never give it up the first time. I just thought it's the thing he loves to do the most, and he'd rather not coach than not call the plays. I was wrong once. I might be wrong twice, but I'm with you. That's a good read. The idea that if he gives it up a second time, you're really telling on your abilities, and I just it's a hard thing to believe in Stefanski right now in general, but it's even harder if he keeps giving up the play calling duties. Even if I don't know how much worse it could be with Tommy Rees, it's got to be better.
Yeah, and there's a part of me that, and I don't know that this would be fair to Kevin. There's a part of me that wonders, would it be the same thing that you did last year, where you called plays early in the season, the offense wasn't working, and then when the season went bust, you handed the play calling over to Ken Dorsey to separate yourself from the failure on offense.
Right, but at this point, this offense has been so bad, he can't even separate himself from it.
I would think so, but I can understand. He's like, well, I got away with it once. Why not twice?
Like last year, it was at least like, oh, it was Deshaun, and then everyone just kind of blamed Deshaun, and it was what it was. And so, like, I just don't think you can even go to that trick because you've averaged 15 points again.
I don't think you can.
You scored over 20 once.
I don't think you'll pull it off.
Okay.
Could I see him attempting it? Yes. In a absolute game of succession Jenga, where you're just trying not to be the piece that it falls on, I can understand if there was some sort of machination.
But then play this out, right? What happens? They draft a quarterback next year in the first round, and then all of a sudden he's like, I want the play calling duty back?
That sounds about right,
We can't just, this is just a never-ending cycle of him constantly giving up the play calling duty and then taking it back before the season gets underway.
That sounds about right,
to then give it up halfway through?
Yeah. Can you believe that, what that bozo Tommy Rees did?
It's madness is what it is.
Kevin's back to save the day. John Fanta of NBC Sports joined us last hour. He spoke his mind on Andrew Berry, Kevin Stefanski, and the state of the Cleveland Browns.
The general manager not speaking during the bye week is a major problem to me. Guys, to me, what is the plan from a personnel standpoint? This offensive line is worn down. This offensive line is done. They don't have a number one receiver. They don't have a number two receiver. They don't have a receiver room. The talent that is there, yes, the general manager drafted and has looked good. That's great. Up until this draft, if you looked at the second contracts from which he had drafted, it would be few and far between. He is in charge of constructing this roster. This is a bottom 2 or 3 roster in the National Football League, and the head coach is absolutely at fault. I do not want to come on this show and say I am not blaming the head coach because I don't know what the head coach is doing from week to week on offense. They don't have a plan. They don't have a semblance of a plan.
That's the real problem. They don't have the semblance of a plan. They have no idea what they're doing at this point, and they're just kind of existing, and that's not how I want an NFL team to be doing.
I'm going to continue to keep saying this. The Browns want you to believe that the year that they, after going 3-14 last year, the year that they had a 4-headed quarterback hydra, 2 of whom were traded within the first 5 weeks of the season, that this was the season that they decided to change their in-season media protocol to be different than it had been the first 5 years they were on there. And they want you to believe that is merely a coincidence and not proof that either Andrew Berry has already been sidelined and that he is just counting the days till he gets fired, or more likely that this is Andrew Berry separating himself for Kevin Stefanski so that the axe can fall on Kevin Stefanski and Andrew can be the guy left standing. The truth is, Kevin Stefanski has failed in 5+ years here. And the truth is, Andrew Berry has failed in the 5+ years he has been here. If you think Stefanski's failed more than Berry, that's fine. If you think Berry has failed more than Stefanski, that's fine. That's a matter of perspective. It is undeniable that they have both failed. And for them to, this was part of the plan, to let Kevin twist in the wind 4 times a week, answer the same questions while your GM has made moves that look like moves for the future and not for today, including trading Joe Flacco to a division rival, including trading Greg Newsome in a deal that looks good now, but at any point we're one bad Tyson Campbell move away from that just looking like a salary dump, and including constructing a roster that honestly gave the head coach as little a chance as you can possibly have in the NFL.
Yeah, Andrew Berry's saying nothing here. He's hiding in the bushes like he's Homer Simpson, and it's ridiculous. I can tell how mad you are. I like how mad you are because we need to stay mad at these type of situations. Because if not, they'll hide. They'll hide the entire rest of the time. And it's at these moments you have to demand some accountability and some answers, and at least get to see the guys in charge.
I'm used to them being arrogant. I'm used to that organization acting like, why are you criticizing us because of our failures? I'm used to that, right? And by the way, it goes from the top down, the whole thing. Now, I'm not saying I've ever had a conversation with Jimmy, but every conversation from them is, why are you looking at us? Because you run the team, and the team has fallen apart. I'm used to arrogance. I am. But this is unbridled arrogance to think that the GM won't be speaking at a point where he's spoken every bit of the first 5 years of this team. And it is insulting to the fan base. It is insulting. And by the way, in the last possible second, you should be insulting the fan base. All right? You've got your new fancy fangled stadium that you're at least getting some public money from. All right? You got that. And by the way, a fair amount of people here who don't believe you're a good owner pulled for it because they think that's what's best for Browns fans. But you got that. And then you think you kowtowed because the Deshaun Watson trade. You haven't kowtowed enough. It is the single greatest failure in the history of this organization, and that includes the time they moved the real team to Baltimore 30 years ago. Just have some class. Step up to a microphone and lean into the swing.
We know you're not going to say anything. That's not the point. The point is we get to try to get you to at least have a conversation, and then you get to be as shifty as you want to be about it, but you have to show your face.
Dr. Lupertazzi on Twitter saying I don't think he's a real doctor, just so we're clear.
Wow.
Or at least not a medical doctor. Maybe he's one of those people who has a doctorate, but
That's
not
my mom.
a medical.
My mom's one of those people.
Right there. But she is a real doctor, but she's not a medical doctor.
She is. She signs her name, doctor, but she's not a medical doctor.
Move. I already love your mom because she's your mom, but now I love her more for signing her name doctor.
She makes people call her doctor every now and again. What's funny is, so she'll do it in
especially in fun times. You know what I mean?
It's come on now. In fun times?
Yeah. The doctor will see you now? Come on.
That is my mother.
Like, that's not a play?
That is my mother.
I respectfully. I would use that all the time.
She gave birth to me.
Yes, she did.
She can do whatever she wants to do in life.
Darn right she can. The Good Doctor.
That's a TV show. Now you're just naming TV shows.
Young Sheldon. Dr. Lupertazzi saying, this is a team that is tanking and they don't want to talk about that tanking. It's not rocket science. Yes, and yet it's your job to talk about tanking. It's your job to communicate your direction for the franchise. You don't just get to opt out because it's a tough conversation. That is the lead. We got a boogie because Albert Breer joining us in 5 minutes. We'll talk with him about the feasibility of trading Myles Garrett. Does it actually work? Does it actually make sense for the Browns or Myles? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Jonathan from my friends over there at Summit Sound. At this point in life, I do basically everything on my phone. I have money on my phone. I do basically anything I can to just make sure that life exists on my phone because it's easier when life exists on your phone. Let me tell you about what Summit Sound has going on right now. If you want to remotely start your vehicle from the convenience of your home or your office with just the press of a button, remote starters starting at $419 installed, drone mobile optional. So you start it from your phone, or even if you don't want to do that, just hey Alexa, I want to start my car now, and then
celebratory sweep at Wayside Furniture. One day only, Sunday, November 2nd, 11 till 7. Save 30 to 80% plus bonus cash discounts and special financing. Wayside Furniture, keeping it local since 1937.
There is heavy congestion 71 south from Center to 271 and 176 south from Spring Road to 480. This is Joe Checkeye for 92.3 The Fan.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We've had the Myles debates today. We've had another day of what the hell do you do with Dillon Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders, another day of Stefanski v. Barry, and the many, many things we could be talking about heading into the bye week, and to talk and get a good perspective here on Myles Garrett's situation here and the feasibility. Would a trade actually be feasible under the salary cap there? Stefanski, Barry, the whole 9 yards. We head out to the fan hotline here, as we do every single Tuesday at 5:20, and welcome in the great Albert Breer of the MMQB. Albert, welcome to the show.
Well, hey guys, how you doing?
We're doing very well. It's certainly an interesting time to be talking about the Cleveland Browns, as there seem to be a little bit at a crossroads here. I know you've written about this on the MMQB. Is it feasible to be having conversations about trading Myles Garrett if things get even uglier here in Cleveland?
I think it is. Now, I mean, it would take some cap gymnastics to do that. You'd have to restructure some guys, and it might be a little messy. But I'm just here to tell you, I know a lot of people have looked at that dead cap number and are acting as if it's going to go away over the next few years. I mean, I got news for you. That number's not going away. That's proration that's been built up over time. And, it's unfortunately at one point or another, they're going to have to deal with it. And I would just argue that, in a lost season, this might be the time to do it. Now, you're going to create some problems for yourselves for next year because you'd have to restructure some guys, which pushes some of that money into 2026 and even 2027. So there would definitely be some complications to that. But you're going to have to, at some point, reckon with the proration on his contract. And I don't know, guys. I just think of this in timelines, right? And I look at it right now, and if I'm the Browns, the way I'm looking at this is, can I get good enough, fast enough, to maximize what's left of Myles Garrett's prime? And I'm just looking at it. You can look at the team across the field from you on Sunday, right? New England. Now they're doing this. And I think there's a little bit of smoke and mirrors involved, but they're doing this with a quarterback in his second year. So even on that timeline, if you catch a comet the way the Patriots did with Drake May, you'd be talking about drafting that guy this year, and then it would be 2027 when that's happening. And Myles Garrett's turning 32 that year. That's how old Von Miller was when the Broncos traded him to the Rams. That's how old J.J. Watt was when the Texans cut him. So, and those are guys, obviously, that I think are Myles' peers from a legacy standpoint, So, I don't know. I just look at it, and I understand the attachment that every fan would have to the player, right? No question. You should have that attachment to be a great player, an all-time great player. But there's also this, realization I think you have to come to where you look yourself in the mirror and say, is this going to work with this player? Is this player worth more to us in this lost season and next year, what's probably going to be another rebuilding year where we're not quite sure what's going to happen at quarterback? And then maybe, we're now ascending in 27, like the Colts did, or like the Patriots are right now. And maybe we catch the end of his prime there, but then you're building forward from that. And would the guys that you'd be putting on your roster, instead of having him, be better fits for that from a timeline perspective when you'd be talking about guys who are 22, 23, 24 years old? I think it's an interesting conversation to open up anyway. And I look at the Browns, the hole at quarterback, a hole at receiver, a hole at tackle, and I'm not sure that they can get good enough fast enough to maximize what's left of Myles Garrett's prime. And so it might be one of those situations where the best thing for everyone involved is to find him a new home.
All right, Albert, you've established the feasibility of all this. Now tell me what we're getting back in return. What is the street market value for Myles Garrett if they were able to pull something off?
2 first-round picks plus something else. I mean, that's been established. That's what Jalen Ramsey went for. That's what, that's what Micah Parsons went for. Those guys were younger, but Myles is a transcendent player, and he's still playing at a very high level. You know what I worry about if I were Cleveland right now is if I hold on to him for a couple more years, his value is going to descend. So if I want to trade him in 2 years, that price is going to be not what it is right now because then he's going to be well into his 30s. I think maybe the best example of it is Von Miller. I mean, again, Von Miller was about Myles' age when he was traded from the Broncos to the Rams, and he was still a good player. But at that point, he went for a second and third round pick, which is still a good price, but it's not near what he would have gotten 3 or 4 years earlier. And, the Broncos at the end, they weren't winning. So, I think if you ask the Broncos, they could kind of turn back the clock on that. They would say, yeah, we would have been better off trading him in 19 instead of 21, So I don't know. This sort of thinking requires some hard looks in the mirror, but I would also argue, guys, the Browns took that hard look in the mirror when they decided to trade the second overall pick, and they said to themselves, we're not one player away. We need to get younger. The cost of the Deshaun Watson deal is just starting to hit us now when we have 3 years without a first-round pick. And so, I don't know. I think that what they did with the second pick, created a really good start when it comes to injecting youth into your roster. And now you got the draft class with Graham and Schlesinger and Judkins and Fannin. And it looks like that's a pretty good start to where you want to go. You can really supercharge that if you're talking about potentially having 5 first-round picks over the next 2 years.
Albert, Kevin Stefanski has kind of been 2-6. He's been the face of a 2-6 team. Andrew Berry did not speak after the the Flacco trade or the Newsome trade, and despite the first 5 years of this, him talking at the bye, he's not talking at the bye this year. So do you think that there's any part of Kevin that feels like he's been put in an impossible situation, being the face of 2-6 while also going 2-6?
Yeah, I think it's always a hard situation, when the coaches have to answer for everything, and I would sympathize with Kevin on that. I think we went over that, right? We were talking about what Tomlin said a couple weeks ago, where I do think in certain situations, especially with the trade deadline next week and so many questions, big picture questions about the roster, questions about Myles, questions about the quarterback situation, it would probably help take some of the heat off of Kevin if Andrew talked. I would agree with that. Again, all teams do these things different ways, but and so it's not unusual that a general manager wouldn't talk during the year. There are plenty of teams that just basically say once the general manager hands the team off to the coach, start training camp, the general manager doesn't talk. So that's not uncommon, but I'd say in this particular situation, it is a little bit of a weird look when, you're 2-6 and you're going the other way after having him talk the last, you said 5 years, right? The last 5 years he was talking during his bye week.
All right, Albert, we went 4 weeks with Joe Flacco. We are now at 4 weeks of Dylan Gabriel, and a lot of the numbers look very, if I said pedestrian, it would be a compliment. They're not good. Do they stay with Dylan coming out of the bye, or do you feel like they make the move to Shedeur?
I think they're going to stick with Dylan. I don't know how long it's going to last. I would just say, the way it looks right now, to me at least, is they've got to do so much to generate offense to begin with. And Vrabel actually had that little dig after the game, right? Did he say something about trick plays or something?
Yeah, once they ran out of them, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's sort of the reality of their offense right now, and the offensive talent on hand is that they've got to do some of these things to generate yardage, and that's not a great place to be. So I think the bigger picture question here is, does putting Shedeur in there solve that, or does it make it worse? you know? And, like, if you're paying by a thread with your players, and it's like, again, like, if they're frustrated with their own production, they're frustrated with their units production, and this is specifically to the offense, not the overall team, then the only way I think you can turn to Shedeur is if he's showing it in practice, right? Because if Shedeur doesn't look good in practice, the players are going to know. And they're going to look at you like you've got two heads if you throw them in there midway through the season. Because a lot of these guys right now, I mean, again, like, you want to talk about it being a not-for-long league, like, a lot of these guys don't know which team they're going to be playing for next year. You know, so if you're not giving them the best answer at the most important position, that can affect their ability to make money next year. That can affect their ability to be in the league next year. So, like, I think, like, just listen to what Kevin's saying when he talks about the quarterbacks. I think if you listen closely to what he's saying, the answers are all there.
Albert, with all this, I want to give you a perception that I believe to some degree, I think a lot of Browns fans believe to some degree, and I want, maybe you can refute this or back it up in any which way. Is it fair to say that Dillon Gabriel is a Kevin Stefanski guy and that maybe Shedeur is an Andrew Berry guy?
I don't know. I mean, like, I tend to think, like, so I would say this. Like, I would say most coaches, most offensive coaches want guys who are going to go in there and run their offense at the highest level. And I think Dillon came into the league far more capable of doing that than Shedeur did. Just because he played at 3 different schools. He started, 61 games in college, played in a bunch of different systems. I think Dillon, for all of his physical limitations, and we've seen all of them now, right? For all the physical limitations, I think we can agree that Dillon's capable in those areas, right? And if it's like a battle to just get a first down, you're going to go with the guy who's got the best chance to get you the first down. And I think that's sort of where they are right now. And I don't think that has anything to do with, like, Kevin preferring one guy over the other guy. And I honestly think, like, Andrew would be with whatever the coaches want him to do. Now, if you're talking about the analytics people and all that might be different, right? But I don't think Andrew's looking at this in any other way but, like, I do want to support my head coach here. And look, the reality is, guys, I mean, this staff has done a pretty good job this year of developing rookies, wouldn't you say?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if they're getting you results at every other position, wouldn't you trust them with the quarterback, even if the production's not great?
No, probably not. Just because
no.
the every other quarterback thing they've made.
We're on quarterback 12 now with Stefanski.
Well, because you guys wouldn't have a show if that were the answer, right? But I mean, like, honestly, like, but I think that's what it is, guys. Is like they've developed Schlesinger, they've developed Judkins, they've developed Fannin. They've found creative ways to use Harold Fannin, who's a really different type of player. You know what I mean? Like, they found the right ways to get the most out of these guys right away in the league. I mean, I just think, like, if the offense is playing this poorly and, like, Shedeur were some sort of better answer at quarterback, he would be in there. Like, that's the other way you lose the team, by the way, is if Shedeur is just crushing it in practice right now and you're not playing him. That would be a very fast way for Kevin Stefanski to lose that team. So I don't believe that's what's happening.
Yeah, on the development thing, though, obviously it's a good year for them in the draft, and we've kind of established that. But for the previous 5 years, we had not seen them develop talent. I can't, if I have like 3 different third round wide receivers that pop up to my head, everything from David Bell down to Cedric Tillman down to Anthony Schwartz, just immediately where you're like they hadn't been able to get these guys to a spot where they could play right away or at least have an impact right away. I mean, we went 5 years, Albert, with 1 Pro Bowler in JOK, and that was it.
Yeah, and that's fair. I mean, like, again, like, where do you draw the line there between the draft pick and the development, right? Like, so I think that's fair. But how many of those guys are going out other places and crushing it? Like, how many of the guys have washed out of Cleveland that have gone other places and like, oh my God, look at him now?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Baker comes to mind. There's a couple different players that you would gravitate
Baker's
to.
one. I think Baker's like a different. I think they did get good play out of Baker, right? At least the first year they did, and then he was hurt his second year.
It feels more, Albert. It feels more like back in like the 1-31 days. We had a lot of like Demario Davises and Jordan Poyers and those type. And now I don't know that we have as many of those.
We got a Tommy Togiai.
Yeah, we got a Perion Winfrey. Like we got guys like that just kind of are here and then they're gone.
Right, and I think there's like a lot of fair big picture questions to be asked on that. No question. I mean, and look, like I think like part of what we're talking about too is the damage that Deshaun Watson trade did was so massive. I mean, it's part of the reason why it's hard to trade Garrett now, right? Because like you're already dealing with with Watson's cap charges, which is why why you would have to do all these gymnastics to trade Garrett if you wanted to, right? So there's that, and then there's 3 years without first-round picks. And this is a simple way to look at it, too, guys. Like I've seen this with teams before. I think you've seen it with the Browns a little bit. When teams don't have first-round picks, what they'll a lot of times wind up doing is they'll wind up taking chances later in the draft because it's like, okay, how do we make up for that? Well, we're going to catch somebody who's falling. And generally, like those guys fell for a reason, right? Now, you might hit on one, but you might draft a guy who's had a lot of injury issues. You might draft a guy with a character problem. And, like, in a lot of cases, you'll see teams where they trade away first-round picks, and now all of a sudden, all right, we're going to start taking swings. And, yeah, there's a chance that you hit on one of those, but then there's also a chance you swing and miss, which is almost like now you've missed on 2 picks because you don't have the first-rounder and you don't have the pick that you missed on.
Albert, many of our young team members are afraid of haunted houses. Is Albert Breer?
No, I used to love that stuff when I was a kid.
See, that's the right response.
The one thing I don't like. I loved like the Halloween series when I was a kid. I think I was in high school when like Scream and I don't know what you did last summer. All that came out, right? Big Nev Campbell fan when I was a teenager. I would say the one thing that I don't like, roller coasters, all that different stuff, is anything that makes me dizzy. So, like, they have, there's one at a park up here called the Turkish Twist, where, and I'm sure you guys have these too. I'm sure they exist everywhere, but they're, like, it's called something else. You're up against a wall, and the room starts spinning, and then the floor drops from underneath you, and you're stuck to the wall.
Oh, yeah,
so
I don't like that.
On one of those ones.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So stuff like that I don't like. But scary movie. You know what scared me more than any movie ever when I was a kid?
What's that?
Unsolved Mysteries.
Yeah, especially when they did aliens things. I was like, man, I don't want to be probed.
Right.
This sounds awful.
Well,
that was your big fear.
The magic of that show, though, was somehow it would always make you believe. Like, you would go to bed thinking that there was a chance that spaceship that was abducting people was going to land in your backyard. You know what I mean? Yep. Or that the killer that was on the loose, like, that he, like, very well could be in your neighborhood. That was, like, that was the magic of that show, is it made you believe that whatever threat that they were doing a segment on, that threat was real, and that threat could very well be out your window if you, like, pulled the shades down.
Yeah, Robert Stack sold it in the best possible way. By the way, I grew up with the Turkish Twist being a totally different thing. I don't think we can have that conversation on air there, Albert. Albert, great stuff, man. You've been on top of the Myles Garrett stuff. We appreciate your time, buddy.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
We appreciate you. Albert Breer there of the MMQB on the Fan Hotline gave us plenty to react to on Myles Garrett, Kevin Stefanski, the quarterback situation, and more in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
2020 Sports brought to you by Peter & Company Jewelers in Avon Lake, where Cleveland goes to get engaged. No Cavs today. They're off before they take on the Celtics in Boston tomorrow night at 7. Last night, they took down the Pistons in Detroit 116-95 for the
means big savings and more time on the job. Get up to 25% off select drywall when you buy in bulk. Buy more and save to make sure you're prepared for any job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Selection varies by location.
There's Cavs and there's NBA news that happens while you at work. Baskin and Phelps. Weekday mornings starting at 10.
I mean, it would take some cap gymnastics to do that. You'd have to restructure some guys, and it might be a little messy. And I would just argue that in a lost season, this might be the time to do it. You're going to have to, at some point, reckon with the proration on his contract. And I don't know, guys. I just think of this in timelines, right? And I look at it right now, and if I'm the Browns, the way I'm looking at this is, can I get good enough, fast enough to maximize what's left of Myles Garrett's prime? I look at the Browns, a hole at quarterback, a hole at receiver, a hole at tackle, and I'm not sure that they can get good enough, fast enough to maximize what's left of Myles Garrett's prime. And so it might be one of those situations where the best thing for everyone involved is to find him a new home.
Albert Breer in the previous segment giving us his take on Myles Garrett. Now, it should be noted, Albert talked about the prorated salary, so basically the many times that they've redone Myles' contract, and that kind of, I guess you would say, penance financially. Should you trade him? I know that you brought some numbers to the air earlier from Over the Cap. Mm-hmm. I don't know what to believe, other than everybody seems to believe this is actually feasible to trade Myles Garrett.
That's the main takeaway there. And I could throw a bunch of numbers if they did it for next week. You don't really need to know any of that. The synopsis, the TLDR, is that not only does Albert think that it's something that could happen, the Browns would be kneecapped for the following, this year, which is understandable. We're already kneecapped. And then next year, you'd be paying Deshaun Watson $45 million, and it'd be about $40 million or so for Myles Garrett. You'd basically be sunk in the water for next year as well. Mm-hmm. And so, but there'd be no hiding from it. There'd be no we'll wonder what no. You'd be a pretty bad football team next year. But the idea behind this is that you'd have 5 first-round picks over the next 2 drafts, which is a ton, and you'd be playing a little bit of a longer game, which, if I'm Andrew Berry, I might be enticed by. What do they love? They love the idea that they keep their job longer. This would extend out the life of Andrew Berry.
And one of the talking points has been, do you try and cut Deshaun post June 1 after this next year, meaning after this season, or do you wait until the next summer? I'm just going to tell you, I don't think you can trade Myles and then try to move on from Deshaun next summer, which would mean you probably would have to allow Deshaun to be part of a quarterback competition next year, which would only increase the 7th circle of hell that Myles wouldn't be here and potentially Deshaun would be.
Or you could go the other direction and really slide into that poison pill that we talked about for this year and just make that next year, and you just take on all your cap problems and just handle it all next season. So you take on all the Myles Garrett everything, you take on all the Deshaun Watson everything, and you just clean slate while stinking up for this next following season. The hard part about that, though, is you're entering the year where everyone, you can't hide from it like this year where you try to give off the impression that you were trying to win games. There'd be none of that. You would just be admitting outwardly we are going to stink.
And it would be on some level a tank.
It would be. No, it would be.
The point of this year is supposed to be the poison pill year, and then it's a bridge to next year. If you get your quarterback in 2026, 2026 is a building year, and then 2027, the hope is you could be built in a sustainably competitive way in trading Myles and accepting the cut for Deshaun. You'd be tanking in 2026, which means you'd get the quarterback in 2027, which means you probably aren't having the bridge to competitiveness in 2028. And the reason why this all sounds like it makes a lot of sense is, and if you're not cross-eyed already from what I just set up, is when do they really want to have this team ready by? 2029 for the new stadium.
For the stadium, yeah, exactly right. Yeah, and so you can see how this could all come together. I don't think this is. Listen, I don't know. Do you think this is an accident that Albert's speaking of this right now?
No, nor do I think it was an accident that Albert said what he said about how that he can understand if Kevin feels it's a little unfair, the position he's been in as the guy who has to take all the slings and arrows for 2 and 6 is Andrew Berry conveniently is nowhere to be seen for the first time at the deadline, for the first time at the bye, ever.
We are back to a choose your own adventure book, aren't we? And it feels like the Browns do have options here.
But it's like when Indiana Jones, it's like you get the snakes or the big rolling ball. Like none of them are like, okay, but you can walk out this door safely and everyone lives happily ever after. No, you got to survive the snakes, the rolling ball, the Kamakali guy, the whole deal.
Yeah.
And then maybe you'll live.
Well, because the greeniest projections have us, as Albert calls it, catching a comet. Right, where you draft a quarterback and then by year 2, he's Drake May, where all of a sudden he can be something and can be awesome, and that just happens so few and far between anyway.
And the other problem is, the other way to look at that is it's huffing paint. Like you're either catching comet,
now we're talking a language,
or you're huffing paint.
Yeah.
And you won't know until like 2 years in when you might be in rehab. Fair?
You never know until you're in rehab. Am I right,
Is this
guys?
comet real? Or was that paint really just the good?
You never really know until you just wake up and you're kicking and screaming and people already have you there at the facility.
Yeah, but everyone's like, Nick, this has been coming for a while. And you're like, I can control it. It doesn't control me.
Yeah, that's the famous lines.
Yeah,
I watched a lot of that. What was the show? I think the show was called Rehab.
Well, no, it was Intervention.
Intervention. That was. I can't believe I blanked on the name.
We
of
also
that.
had Celebrity Rehab, which I also watched.
Intervention was a great show. Very sad, but great
Celebrity
show.
Rehab was not.
I wouldn't think it would be.
Yeah.
There's no empathy attached to celebrities and their rehab journey.
They're like, I just had all
especially
this money,
when it's on TV.
and just everybody loved me, and I could have any woman I want, and so I wanted drugs. It's like, but this doesn't make sense to me. I don't have any of those things, and I don't want the drugs.
Well, and when it's on TV, though, we're like, is it even real? Is it not real? I don't really know what's happening here. Meanwhile,
Daniel Baldwin's just an awful human being in the show.
Maybe. You get some alcoholic from Nebraska though. That's just like, just like she's really trying to make sure that she can sneak the vodka into the cup and no one realized, and then she's confronted with an intervention. Like that was really high quality television.
And if I was smarter, I'd make this an allegory for the Cleveland Browns. I'm not gonna though.
Was Albert our intervention? Is that what just happened here?
Oh yeah. This is the. Nick, it's not your fault from Good Will Hunting.
Yes. As Albert tries to lay out all the plans and what we probably should be doing as a franchise.
And then I said, Albert, I know it's not my fault. It's Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski's fault.
And meanwhile, we're just kicking and screaming, and we're like, you don't really want to take me to that place, do you?
Yeah, but even if we kick, it's going to be wide left. Like
you missed another one this weekend.
I was going to take a shot at Andre Schmidt. You keep kicking, kid. I like you.
We're at a spot
where
nobody...
You look like Anthony Allant.
How the season has gone in the toilet? The season's in the toilet when no one even has the energy to discuss kicking.
Yeah, because you know what? It
doesn't matter.
He's made some kicks. Lance Risland, Cleveland.com, talks. You know what? This is going to be the Browns. Dylan Gabriel. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Democrats too.
And Game 4 of the World Series between the Blue Jays and Dodgers from Los Angeles is tonight. First pitch is scheduled for 8 o'clock. LA on top of the series, 2-1. The coach, Lance Risland, is up next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Sports Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Big thanks again to Albert Breer. We're going to have more time to react to what Albert had to say on tomorrow's show, as we still have, in case we missed it, to get to. And obviously, we've got our traditional Tuesday at 6 p.m. Guest here in just one moment. Another reminder, Andrew Berry still not scheduled to speak in Berea at any point this week or next, which again means he's either preparing to distance himself from Kevin Stefanski and scapegoat him, even though he's as bad, if not worse, at his job than Kevin Stefanski is, or he's already been neutralized. Maybe Paul DePodesta made a play. Maybe there's a little Howie Roseman action going.
The old Howie Roseman, Chip Kelly wonder play.
It's War of the Nerds, and the only people losing are Cleveland Browns fans. But again,
Howie lost that until he didn't.
He did. They had him.
They
had him.
They stuck him in the closet down the hall.
Until they didn't.
Do your job from there.
Yep. And he did. His job was to undercut every coach until they let him come back.
And then Chip Kelly got fired, and then all of a sudden, Howie Roseman, cock of the walk.
Yeah. And by the way, that led Ryan Day to being the Ohio State offensive coordinator. And Ryan Day, thank you, Howie Roseman.
True butterfly effect there,
right there. That's like that Ashton Kutcher movie.
Yeah, I actually like that movie. You're about to say it wasn't good?
I was actually going to say it was entertaining.
Oh, yeah, good.
But I don't know it's good, but it was certainly entertaining.
I liked it, but it was always one of those movies that I told people I liked, and you could tell they just get disappointed every time I mentioned that, but I liked it.
I think there are better hills to die on when it comes to people liking movies that are entertaining, but maybe not that good. I wouldn't criticize you for that. But again,
thank you, friend.
Andrew Berry not doing his job. The Cleveland Browns, derelict in their duty because they don't care, because they're smarter than you. Pew, 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 pew. Now, speaking of Dylan Gabriel and Booty Stank.
I thought you say smarter than me, because it might be true, too.
We're going to go out to the fan hotline. You know him. You love him. Every single Tuesday at 6 p.m. he joins us. And don't forget, you can also catch him every Sunday as part of the Tailgate Show. He is Lance Risland. Coach, welcome back to the show.
Hey, guys. What's going on tonight?
I mean, I think we're chippy. I think so. Not towards you, though. It should be noted, not towards you.
Yeah.
Although I think JP wanted me to go at you last week, but I can't remember what it was about.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Yeah, there was some meat left on the bone there that I thought Nick should have attacked, but then he didn't, and now I don't remember what it was either. I want to imagine it was around Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah.
I'm going to think it was around Dylan.
I got a guess who would be around for sure.
Well, I guess we'll get here then. Is it time to bench Dylan Gabriel?
Oh, that's what it was.
No,
Hold on, Coach, that's what it was. You called Dylan Gabriel a starter. Nick said, no chance in hell is he a starter. And then I wanted him to continue on.
Yeah, he's short, he's not that athletic, and he has no discernible skills that are elite.
So where are we, Coach?
Come back to me.
Well, I saw the one that I liked was sawed off. Was I think was one of the things you said this week. I was like, wow, that's really something. No,
and
I'll be honest with you. I will say this without question. His poor performance this week, everybody's been talking about the people around him. I thought that was more evident in the first couple games. He played poorly this week, and there's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. This was on him. I thought the protection was better, but I don't know if he can play better with the people that are around him. So even though this one wasn't on him, they are struggling around him. Now, he didn't play very well, and the thing that worries me is not the inaccuracy, it's being late, because being late is what causes interceptions, as you saw, and not recognizing Spillane dropping, some of the things that I'm watching on film this week worry you because those are the kind of adjustments you get from NFL defenses week in and week out. Now, I still think it's too early. It's 16 quarters in. With the talent around him, once again, I'm on board with him, but he's got to do the things that got him to where he was a third-round pick, and the reason I thought he was good, he did not do that last week. And once again, I'm not throwing in the towel though. I'm not cooking the burger just yet. But I think he can do some things if he's accurate. That's where, for me, he was late with the ball and he hasn't been accurate, which is one of the two things that I really liked on his college film.
I'm cooking up that burger.
I was going to catch it, but I'm like, I don't know.
Booty cheeks, he's not. Booty cheeks, he's not.
Here's some debatable moments here, Coach. So there's some things that I think are really bad, but maybe a little bit defensible, right? Like throwing the ball 10 yards short to Isaiah Bond as he sits there and wait for it to happen up the sideline, and it's like that's a bad throw.
Happens to a lot of quarterbacks.
He's got to be able to do that better, but maybe there's some coaching there, something can happen. But then there's the indefensible that also can't be coached, and it's the idea that he did a shuffle pass into a Patriots ass. There's no other way to describe it. And the other one is the safety play. I mean, how do you even your supercomputer processing system, all these type of things, and you gifted him 2 points because your brain malfunctioned.
You are neither a super nor a computer.
That's not being late, Coach. That's just stinking.
Well, the first thing was the shuffle pass. It got knocked down. It was not in a butt. He knocked it down. The defensive lineman knocked it down, and that's truthfully how a shuffle pass works. You got to slide it through. He didn't do a good job. Bottom line is he didn't complete it, but that's kind of how a shuffle pass works. It kind of works like a screen where you're trying to invite those guys in. Poor decision. Now, the throwing the ball away, that's a bad play, and I think that's a combination of he got overwhelmed, and there's no argument for that. Now, should the check down been there? Maybe, but he's got to recognize if check down didn't get out, did they bring a fifth defender where the back had to stay in? All that kind of stuff ties into it. To me, that was him being overwhelmed, and it looked, for the first time to me, he looked a little bit overwhelmed. I thought the progression that he was making in terms of what he was seeing was good. This week it was not good, and that worries you because like I said, I think that was a culmination of being overwhelmed for a number of quarters, and then his head was spinning, and the old seeing ghost. That's kind of what it looked like to me.
All right, so if they are going to go with Dillon Gabriel, we'll saw it off there. If they are going to go with him against the Jets. What's the one step in the right direction? Whether it's the Browns, whether it's play calling, whether it's Dillon himself, what's the path back to non-booty stank?
Well, the first thing is, and I've always believed this, they got to get Jerry Jeudy some touches. You got to. I don't care what level of football it is. You win with players. You don't win with coaches. You win with players. And with the Browns limited on offense for Jerry Jeudy not to touch the ball, for me, that's inexcusable. That's on the coach. You got to get those guys touches, especially the NFL guys. Those receivers are a little bit, when they don't get touches early, they kind of go away. They got to get him touches early. David Njoku's got to be more involved. Fannin's got to continue. They got to get Sampson in space. So for me, it's about they have to have the right people touching the ball more often, and they have to give those guys chances more often. Off play action, those things. But for me, that would be my number one thing. And I think Kevin. The other thing is I think Kevin should call plays, and people have said I don't think he should call plays. I don't know if my job's on the line, and that's why I got the job, and that's why he got the job in Cleveland because he's a good play caller. Then I'm going out swinging with, if it's my butt on the line, I'm going out calling plays. But I got to have the best guys touch it. And that's what's not happening right now. Judkins is running the ball, but you got to be more, they did a good job of being a little bit more inventive in the run game against Miami. Then they went back to basics this week. They got to create some window dressing. They got to get the 6th and 7th guy out of the box. They got to use motions and shifts. 6, 7, yes, I got you. I've seen it. If you're seeing me doing it right now,
that's my guy, Coach.
Coach, you mentioned that though, Jerry Jeudy, 2 targets, awful.
Yeah.
Quinshon Judkins, 9 carries. What did happen to their identity with and involving some of their best players?
Well, again, here's what's happening on offense, and I would like to say I haven't been there, but we all have been there. He's grab bagging, and what happens when you grab bag is you're not setting anything up. The things that you're successful with, your identity, you don't have that. So the play action shots, the get in 13 personnel, get the big personnel, create matchups. You don't have any of that. So you're just trying to find things that work. So you're just kind of reaching in the bag and grabbing plays you like. There's no setup. There's no timing. There's no rhythm. That's what's really wrong with the offense. Once again, though, if I'm struggling as an offensive play caller, I'm getting it to my best players. And then I say, you know what? That's the best we got. So that's what I'm going swinging with. So that's what I think that's the only chance they have. Those guys, the top guys got to touch it more.
All right, Coach, this has all been very depressing. So I want to talk about something that was not depressing. Myles Garrett, 5 sacks, breaking a franchise record. That's what the box score says. What did the tape say about Myles Garrett on Sunday against New England?
Well, it's a couple of things they're doing that Schwartz, it's pretty awesome, is that they're giving him some movement, where they're putting that linebacker, they're putting him down on the guard a little bit, they're putting him outside, they're twisting him a little bit, they're giving him some more options. And then, teams are trying to chip him with a tight end on the line of scrimmage. That just doesn't work because that guy's almost like a non-factor. He just absolutely runs through a tight end. So teams that chip him well are teams that move the guy outside about 5 yards and then try to create like a little hole that he can hit his outside shoulder. The way teams are chipping him now, there's just no chance. And, his fluidity, it's everything I filmed. The thing that I'm impressed with is his ability to play the run this year. This is the best he's played the run since he's been a Brown. He is not only outstanding in pass rush, but he is outstanding at the line at point of attack and playing the run at him, playing the run away. Really, really good. Obviously, Myles has always been one of the best pass rushers ever, but this year I've been super impressed with his team defense and his ability to play the run as well.
All right, take us through the Schlesinger injury and what this does for a defense. I would imagine it's more Devin Bush, more Diabate, but we're so used to just watching him fly around and tackle guys. What are we now going to see?
Well, Schlesinger, it's funny. He's kind of, I don't want to say he's hit the rookie wall, but his instincts have made him, he's overrunning some stuff. And then what he's going to learn how to do, if you watch the film, when he doesn't he doesn't stack and shed those linemen very good right now. He tries to run around everything. So when linemen get their hands on him, he's blocked pretty well. So he'll learn how to do that. This is a big loss, though, because he kind of fits this scheme perfect. He runs around and he tackles, and he's a very sure tackler, which Bush and Diabate are not. They're good tacklers. I think Bush has had an outstanding year. He's going to have to play really well. I think he's going to have to be the guy in the middle. But losing Schlesinger in this defense is huge because he's kind of the cleanup guy. He's the guy when the defensive line makes all their mess, he's been making those tackles. So Bush, Diabate, those guys are going to have to be real good. And if obviously they go nickel, I think Myles Harden's been tackling pretty well. So we're going to see what happens, but that's a substantial loss. Not only is he the green dot guy, but he is a guy who cleans up when on that second level when they get through the line of scrimmage.
Harden's good at tackling when he's not allowing 40-yard touchdown passes, Coach.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, well, that's like I said, if you get him down in nickel, get him down in the box a little bit. It's the same with Delpit. Delpit was the culprit on the touchdown pass. Delpit had some things it's going back to you got to do what these guys do well. Myles Harden's not an outside guy. He's a guy that needs to be in the slot. He's a guy that needs to cover the third receiver. He's a guy that needs to cover the tight end. He's a guy that can tackle. You can't put him in situations that he probably can't do. And being a outside one, covering a stud without safety help is probably not the smartest thing.
Coach, I'm sitting here trying to think, what's the right amount of touches for Jerry Jeudy? Is it 10? Is it 3? Is it 6 or 7? I'm just trying to think here. What's the right amount of touches for Jerry Jeudy?
The right amount of touches is every single drive there should be a built-in touch for your guys. So on the top of that big call sheet,
Coach, he just wanted to hear you say 6-7. That's all he wanted.
I'll be honest with you.
There was not a real.
One more time.
Yeah.
All right. It's not a real question. Well, I'd like to see him 6 or 7.
Oh, 6 or 7 times.
You want the hands? 6 or 7.
All your hard work did not matter in that question at all, by the way. That was not the point.
That's a great analysis. Okay. How many burgers are you going to buy me this year?
Maybe
6 or 7?
Yeah.
All right. I think 6 or 7, yeah.
All right, 6 or 7. All right, Coach.
I'll keep it rolling.
Coach, you're the best, buddy. We appreciate you. Your serious analysis while I'm a jackass. Great stuff, buddy.
Thanks, Coach.
No, I like it. No, it's all good. Hey, listen, when you don't win, this is what happens. That's the bottom line. You got to win, or everybody has an opinion, and that's what it is. And things are saying about Dylan. He's either got to prove people right or prove people wrong. That's what's happening.
And I will resort to childlike memes just to make myself feel good about where we are and where the town is with the Cleveland Browns. Coach, great stuff.
Absolutely. Hopefully that burger's still coming my way. I'm not done yet.
Wow.
It seems like we hope the burger's not well done, but it seems like the burger bet is well done.
The burger bet's cooked.
It is crispy. That was Lance Risland there, Cleveland.com on the fan hotline. I was really happy he had the 6-7 thing. From that moment on, that's all I wanted to hear him say in that interview.
He did it so good.
He did. It was
he
so
hit
good.
it right out of the. That was good. And
So
then
good.
Second time around, he got serious football on us, which is great. That's what we have. That's what we have him for. You can't ask football guy to not do football things. That's our fault.
That's true.
You ask him to do football analysis.
You know what?
He's going to do football analysis.
I think here's what it is. I've got to host better. We've got to host better. We've got to set Coach Risland up better. Like, this is on me, all right? But we got to coach better. I mean, sorry. We got to host better.
Well, yeah, I don't know who else it would be on there. I don't know. I
was just doing a thinly veiled shot of Kevin Stefanski. Yeah, 4D checkers right now, not chess.
Yeah.
One of those, definitely. We'll react to what Coach Risland had to say about your Cleveland Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
If you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com, use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HoldTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
The bye week is here, and the Browns are searching for answers. Which domino will fall first? The most sports talk in the CLE. 92.3 The Fan.
They got to create some window dressing. They got to get the 6th and 7th guy out of the box. They got to use
6'7".
motions and shifts. 6'7". Yes, I got you. I've seen it. If you're seeing me doing it right now, if you're.
That's my guy, Coach. I'm so proud of Coach.
Actually, he says it very.
He says it, I think, better
awesome.
than me.
Pretty awesome, yeah.
Yeah, it's really, you got to get the spirit of it, and I think we found out. Coach is, he's a football guy. Mm-hmm. Some are calling him the LeBron James of football guys. Many people are saying
the football guy,
and yet. That's what a coach is right there.
On Sunday, he called me a football guy.
Really?
Yeah. And I told him, I said, you have to save that one for Ken.
Yeah.
I said, you have to, when you go on Ken's show, you have to then at some point be like, yeah, I was talking to Jonathan, the football guy. And that's the only way to, because I don't know what Ken would do with that information.
That'd actually be really funny if Coach just went around and declared you either a football guy or not a football guy.
No, he does do that. He does do that. That's the funniest, unintentionally, he does do that.
Then we have to do that with Ken, because that would just be a funny troll.
Well, it'd be even funnier if he called Ken not a football guy.
No, that's what I mean. Like if he said, if he's like, Ken, you're not a football guy, so you wouldn't get this. I don't know Ken could handle that.
He might be too nice to pull that off, but yeah.
He is. Oh, he's definitely, yeah. Like that, you don't use football guy superpowers for evil. Unless you or me. We would.
You think you love football.
Yeah.
Talk to Coach Riss.
Now, this is just a aggregating account, so who the hell knows if this is any. But have you heard of Poly Market Football?
I have, actually.
Yeah. They've got a Fix the Browns edition.
Okay,
here.
so hold on. So they have been they've been cultivating a lot of misinformation out there.
Okay.
So is this an opinion piece or
it's
is this
an opinion piece?
Okay, because they are. They're basically they're not Dove climbing, but they're approaching. They're knocking on the doorstep.
We agreed, which is why initially I was not going to bring this to air, and then I was reminded that I like this idea, so I'm going to go with that.
Awesome, let's do it.
Fix the Browns 2026. Fire Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry. Check. Okay. Hire John Dorsey as GM.
Love it.
Okay.
On a scale of like Cold Stone, like it, love it, I love it.
Love it. Head coach Robert Saleh.
Don't love that as much.
Wait for it. Mike McDaniel, OC. Jim Schwartz, DC.
I don't like Saleh.
Why not?
He's not very good at being a coach.
I think he was undermined by a bad head owner. I don't know why I said it like that way. A bad owner in Woody Johnson.
Listen, all you have to do is just get me to watch the story of his brother and 9/11, and then I'll basically run through a brick wall for him all over again. I can get re-energized with Robert Saleh.
What if
I can watch enough 49ers tape, Nick, to fall back in love with Robert Saleh if that's what this takes.
And we get to do the thing that people are going to do with Kevin Stefanski in like 2 years, where they're like, I mean, it was Cleveland.
I mean, really,
right?
I kind of look at him more though. He would turn into a Nick Sirianni type, where I'm more focused on who your offensive coordinator is and your defensive coordinator than who's actually the guy in charge.
Yeah.
And in this instance, it'd be McDaniels, and it would also be Jim Schwartz, and I'm cool with that.
So here's another reason why
I love the idea that Schwartz survives the firing of Stefanski. By the way,
I think it has to happen.
It has to happen.
Yeah, because it's interesting. Albert was saying things about developing players, and I was like, did they develop players this year when they drafted Quinshon Judkins, or is Quinshon just good at football? Mm-hmm. Like, if Quinshon had a rough rookie year, and then next year, all of a sudden he exploded and had a 2,000 yards, okay, that's developing a player.
No, they did so much developing of Quinshon as he was, not around the team because of his suspensions.
Galaxy brain.
And not signing a contract.
They actually called in the allegations.
Even more Galaxy.
The farther away you get from the Browns, the better you're going to develop, Quinshon.
They knew they couldn't get their paws on him, or else bad things were going to happen.
Also, they're not developing a damn thing. They run him into a brick wall most days. Now, I digress. But you can make a case that, like, Jim Schwartz has developed Alex Wright. He's developed Isaiah McGuire. Before the injury, he's developed M.J. Emerson, Ronnie Hickman. Like, I can look on the defensive side of the ball and see countless.
Mike Collins having the best season of his career.
Devin Bush, by the way,
30.
Reclamation
Devin Bush
Project.
has been awesome this season.
So I can sell you that there's been development on the defensive side of the ball. There's no move I can make in this scenario. To me, this has now become like Callahan. Like, honestly, I wish I could get back, go into a DeLorean and go back to 2023, the dewy slopes of that. And just anytime somebody says we gotta let Bill Callahan go coach with his son, and just 5 fingers to the face.
Yeah.
But that's where we are with Schwartz now.
5 fingers, like a pimp slap or just a normal slap?
Oh, a pimp slap. That's way more insulting.
Yeah. Well,
a normal slap's insulting, but a pimp slap, some people don't come back from that.
But no, they were being good guys, Nick.
That's
good. Let him go.
They're just guys. They're just thinking of Bill.
Jim Schwartz has no loyalty to Stefanski, right?
He might have loyalty to Andrew Berry, which I think is where this gets tricky.
That's where it gets a little tricky.
But yeah, listen, I don't look at this coaching crop.
He also might feel insulted if he doesn't get a true look at being a head coach either.
That's also fair.
That is the type of thing that happens.
I don't look at this coaching crop and see a lot of guys that I actually want as head coaches. Like, if you want Mike McCarthy or John Gruden, those guys are there. If you want Hafley, who used to be the Browns defensive backs coach, and now he's Green Bay's defensive coordinator, and he was Boston College head coach.
Why does his name keep coming up? I've heard his name like 7 times in the past week.
Because that's where things are.
I don't think I heard his name once in the previous 3 years prior to that. Why does his name keep popping up?
Green Bay's really good. Is
that the answer? Is he does he get credit for Jordan Love's success? Is that what's happening right now?
I think he gets credit because the rest of the defense is actually pretty good.
It's odd. It's just odd that his name is. Is he a local kid?
No. Remember, he was. I don't know. He was on Pettin's staff. He was one of Pettin's guys.
Oh, okay. Maybe that explains that.
There had
to be something attached to this because his name.
Mike is senior assistant.
Literally, like everywhere in the past week or so, and I was like, why does he keep popping up?
He will get a head coaching job, but without somebody, and I'm over chasing
the Ohio State connection. Is that what that is?
Could be. I'm over chasing the tired play of we got to find the next Shanahan, McVay, Kevin O'Connell, because the problem is everyone's trying to find that. I just want to find the next good head coach. And so I think the way you do that is you start by hiring a football guy as a GM, fire San Diego Paul out of a freaking rocket back to the West Coast.
Yep.
Bye-bye Andrew. Bye-bye Kevin. Bring back John Dorsey.
I would walk over 1,000 feet of broken glass to be able to just have a chance to have John Dorsey be the GM again. I want that so bad. So you can give me any combination outside of that. If John Dorsey's back in charge, that would be my favorite thing ever.
And here's the thing. Whereas unlike last time where he came in 2 years into a rebuild, he would be coming in on the ground floor of a rebuild. So it's not like I would expect. There's no GM or head coach that I think you can hire, and next year you're suddenly a 10-17. Because there's not a quarterback that I see out there. Like, even if Tua shakes free, I don't know if Tua's the right guy here.
No.
And that's like the best of the potential.
Kyler Murray? Maybe?
No, he's Tua on the opposite of steroids.
I'm trying to think of the very best option that's going to be open, though, and that's the category that we're in.
If Kyler can't do it in warm weather, to me, he's right-handed Tua, right?
Yeah.
Undersized, not the rocketest, not the strongest arm in the game is what I'm trying to say. But so I guess the point is, I don't think there's a quick fix here. I think you have to go the long way. But for the love of God, can you bring a football guy in? And if anything, and listen, John got 2 drafts. So judging John just off 2 drafts is wildly problematic, because you also have to judge what he did previously in Kansas City and what he's been a huge part of in Detroit.
Yeah, which is, I've called him the best drafter in the previous 15 years of football. And it's not, I really don't even think it's close.
And he was right about Baker. He was right about Baker, right about Denzel.
Just stretch it out. Mahomes, Kelsey, Hunt, and then he's right about everyone in charge, everyone that you've seen here, and then he was right with how many players in Detroit now. He just knows how to draft players.
So I don't know where you go with the quarterback spot, but I know, I understand John. Honestly, I think John got sabotaged by the fact Paul DePodesta wanted analytics and power.
He just didn't want to play their game, and it's just not how John does it. And that's why you mentioned DePodesta being shot off into the sun. That would have to be a part of that. He needs to be able to have his own vision and be able to execute it.
What's interesting about that, I thought Albert drew a really interesting distinction, and maybe we'll get into this more. Albert drew a distinction between Kevin and Andrew, sure. He also drew a distinction from Andrew and analytics. And I think that suggests a different level of interference, that it's not just Haslam interfering, but Paul DePodesta. At which point, if you've got two good soldiers who they don't agree with you in Paul DePodesta, I don't know what we're doing here anymore. Just make the guy GM. Like, don't do the cloak and dagger stuff. If Jimmy wants to... Listen, I think the guy has no place in the NFL. And I think he's not... I don't think he's added one positive... there's not one thing you can say, this is because Paul DePodesta was here. Now, I haven't done it because anyone could just pull him out and whack-a-mole that just anytime you want.
Yeah.
But if that's the guy that survives these three, make him the GM, put his name on it, and he's the guy... And then that way, in 2029, when you stink in the Barn Dominium in Brook Park, we can fire him properly.
We know who to throw tomatoes after. We know who to. The weird thing about DePodesta is we never really know what he's responsible for, and we've never really been able to figure it out. I don't know if he's got more power now than when he had when he first started doing business with the Browns. There was a stretch in there like 3-4 years ago where people were making the suggestion that he was more focused on like season ticket sales than he was anything actually happening within the Browns football and like process. And like it seems like that's reverse course because now then he was away from drafts. Now he's back in the draft room. Like he's just been a revolving door of I don't know what you do, and if I don't know what you do, I don't know what to hold you accountable for. I just know you're the through line through all of this.
And I'll just go back to it. Like, DePodesta is trying to use the baseball formula, and this is very reductive, and I understand it. But he's trying to use the principles of what was found in baseball and find that and what that is in football. The problem is it doesn't replace drafting good football players who love playing football. And that's the one thing. Dorsey's not going to hit on every pick. He wouldn't. But you know what I know that guy's going to do? Bring in a bunch of dudes who play football with an attitude, with a purpose, who go out there and punch people in the mouth.
Well, part of what he had dissected with Baker that a lot of people just seem to miss was a lot of the intangibles and a lot of the things that like getting all of the teammates to rally around, et cetera. And it sounds cliche, but like Baker was able to do that. And again, it's the Pied Piper story with Hugh Jackson. Like he was able to do that. And he's able to get everyone just to buy in. And so, there's a lot to this game beyond just what you see on tape. There's a lot to this game.
216-474-0092. So, if you guys, just to bring you up to speed here, no one's suggesting John Dorsey's returning, but we
don't even know. Maybe John Dorsey just likes playing in Detroit, or he likes being in Detroit and not having any responsibility.
Still does live here.
And just kind of hangs out.
I have
a hard time thinking he's just too much of a football guy to ever be like, I'll hang out in the shadows. I'll pull the strings and let somebody else and let the Brad bots get all the credit for it. Like
I don't think John Dorsey's ever going for Paul DePodesta. I don't think he's going full DePodesta is what I meant to say. But Poly Market Football, their pitch to fix the Browns is firing Stefanski and bringing back John Dorsey. Would you be on board with that final segment of the show, including, in case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Clear skies overnight tonight, low of 45.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Final segment of today's show. Big thanks to John Fanta, who a couple different scorched earth moments with Fanta at 420 today. Great stuff with John. He joins us every single Tuesday at 420. Albert Breer was also incredible at 520 with some spot-on analysis of Myles Garrett, with some spot-on analysis of Kevin Stefanski and the situation he's being put in. Really strong stuff at 520. And as always, again, Albert at 520 every single Tuesday. And then Coach Lance Risland was fantastic as well at 6. He's gives us more the film side of things, the kind of X's and O's side of stuff. He joins us every single Tuesday at 6. Great stuff with all three of our guests. You can catch every Tuesday right here on the show. But before we go, we must go to In Case We Missed It.
Yeah, we're going to start off with the game from last night, actually. It was Patrick Mahomes, and what turned out to be kind of a snooze fest, all things considered. It was close at the half. It was 7-7, but Marcus Mariota actually didn't have that bad of a game. He's just one of those quarterbacks that you look and watch, and you're like, it's just not fun. And so the Chiefs pulled out ahead, and then Troy Aikman in garbage time talked about what was going on in the game involving Patrick Mahomes and the refs and some favoritism, courtesy of ESPN.
It wasn't a lot, but with that said, when it comes to quarterbacks, especially this one, they're going to protect them. And, Johnny does a great job. He gets back there, and it's just a lot of frustration coming out on his part.
I mean, a lot of people got really mad about this, the idea that, and there's even been as much as studies recently from colleges about the advantages that the Chiefs have based off of what the refs call, etc. But in this instance, like, you're protecting a quarterback. It's Mahomes or it's Jared Goff. Doesn't matter. You're going to protect him the same.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, on one hand, protecting a quarterback doesn't work that well because Joe Burrow's missed time this year. Lamar's missed time this year. J.J. McCarthy's missed time this year. But if the NFL errs on the side of protecting the quarterback, they are erring on the right side of this, especially with Mahomes.
The game is better when these quarterbacks are playing, and it's not even debatable. Again, I'm talking about a game last night where Marcus Mariota is in there for Jaden Daniels, and it made the game unwatchable.
Yeah.
Many aspects of that game absolutely stunk because Marcus Mariota was there, and it wasn't Jaden Daniels versus Patrick Mahomes.
By the way, everything that people are saying about the unfair advantages the Chiefs get from referees, they said the same thing about the Patriots. And by the way, the reason being is there's an inherent bias for great teams. It shouldn't be this way, but it is human nature. By the way, do you know who also used to get very friendly calls back in the mid-'90s? The Dallas Cowboys and certainly Troy Aikman.
Well, and even go to the NBA. I mean, star calls are a thing for a reason. You get the benefit of the doubt when you're a star, and usually it's because you usually tend to make the smart play, and you get the benefit of the doubt because of experience and being around for so long.
If we think back to the dewy slopes of 2015, Marcus Mariota was the second quarterback off the board and the number 2 pick.
Yeah, Jameis was number 1.
Who's had the better career?
Jameis.
Why?
Because he has a 30-30 season. I think that alone trumps anything that Marcus Mariota did. 30 touchdowns, 30 picks.
Doesn't the 30 touchdowns negate the 30 interceptions, though?
Led the league.
Oh, sorry, if I strike that and reverse it.
Led the league in both categories. No, it's a great 30 for 30.
I think
a great 30-30.
I think if Marcus was coming out now and went to a good organization, I think he would have been... I think in this era, more mobile quarterback, I think he would have had a much better chance to succeed. Whereas I think if Jameis came out now, he'd be the same quarterback. Like, I don't see a scenario where Jameis's career goes anything different than the way Jameis's career has gone.
Yeah.
I can conceive in a decade later, coming into football now where mobile quarterbacks were versus even where they were a decade ago, I think he has a leg up that Jameis doesn't a decade later.
Didn't Mariota still have Arthur Smith, though, in Tennessee?
No, that was his tight ends coach. I think his first head coach was either McCarthy or Wisenhunt. And they ran the just awful 1979 Steelers offense.
He had nothing as far as help was concerned in Atlanta. That's for certain. I just watched him. I watched him play all last night.
He's not good now.
There's nothing good there.
No, there's nothing there now. No. You have to get him as a rookie and build from there now, is what I meant.
Even coming out of Oregon, it's not that I thought there was much that was great there either, though. But Jameis has at least he got enough opportunities to start, and there's enough. Jameis will be remembered 30 years from now. Marcus Mariota won't be remembered 5 years from now.
I wonder if Marcus had had Chip Kelly as his head coach to start in Tennessee. I wonder if he could have been a better version of what he became in the NFL. I
always believe in environment mattering so much in this, so it's hard for me to be like he would have been absolutely awful in another spot, because I do think environment matters a lot with young quarterbacks.
And I don't think he would have been a top 10 quarterback, but do I think he could have been a serviceable quarterback for a longer amount of time? Yeah. Especially if you wait a couple years and get Derrick Henry there. I think he could have been a much more interesting quarterback. A recent flight from Omaha to L.A. had to make an emergency landing, which was detailed on KETV in Omaha because Brian Windhorst was on it.
This was an unusual situation because there was no announcements whatsoever, and I honestly think that the people who were the most nervous were the flight attendants and the pilots, because they were the ones that knew something was wrong. And I think the stress for the passengers was having the plane pull off with no communication and having police officers surround it and police officers board.
So basically what happened is somehow the communication between the cockpit, so the pilots and the stewardesses, they couldn't communicate with each other, so all the pilots heard was like faint sounds and couldn't hear anything like direct. So the stewardess thought maybe something had happened to the pilots. The pilots thought maybe somebody was trying to stage a coup, and that was the hubbub. Would you take a break from flying if this exact same thing happened on your next flight?
No. If anything, it would give me more confidence to be like, well, something crazy happened that time. Law of averages. I've already experienced my one airplane freak out that I could potentially have in a life.
That's what Molly Brown thought. She was on the Titanic, and then I believe she was on the Lusitania. Both of them sunk. Now, in fairness...
That's not good.
In fairness, she survived both. She lived to be a very old lady. Very bawdy, too, that Molly Brown. Kathy Bates played her in Titanic.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah, the more you know.
I don't think we have too many instances of people surviving plane crashes and then going on another. But there was one plane crash where like 6 people survived. I was reading about this the other day, and like one of those 6 people then had something to what you're describing. Just like there was that Molly Brown. Is that what you said?
Yeah,
something like that happened as well, where then they died in like a small helicopter plane or something like that. I wouldn't do that. I would never do.
Isn't this the show Lost? Is that what you're describing?
No, Lost. What you find out at the end is basically everyone was dead the entire time.
Yeah, what a dumb plot twist.
I didn't like the last season of Lost.
Yeah, I didn't like any of it.
I liked Lost. Lost was a good show. The last season just kind of stunk. It's very Game of Thrones-esque. Not that I've watched Game of Thrones, but how people describe Game of Thrones, where it was like 7 seasons of awesome, and then the last season, you had like a Starbucks cup there, and it just kind of really went away from everyone. That's how I looked at Lost.
Can we just say Matthew Fox is not a good actor? Can we just admit that? As Americans, can we come together and say, it's a good-looking dude. He's the same thing he did in Party of Five he did in the Marshall movie. He's the only thing wrong with that. That's a flawless movie. Except for Matthew Fox. And apparently, problematic human being as well.
So to answer your question, commercial airlines, basically anything could happen. I'm right back on that flight. I won't get on small helicopter planes.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that go down. Yeah. Like, legitimately, those are the ones that always crash. Those are the ones that always have problems. I refuse.
Or like have you ever been in like a 16-seater?
No, those are basically, I'm describing more like 8-seaters, but 16-seaters fall in that same category. Like I won't get in those.
So I had to do a connector flight, and it was for my old job that I hated. And now I remember thinking, like, if I die on this, I'm going to hate this place even more.
Yeah, that's
but
a
I hated the job. I will say there are a couple people I really love working with, but I hated the leadership there. And I think it was going from Boston to some place in upstate New York to go to Wegmans. I think it was Wegmans. And we got in, and I always judge in airplane based off where my forehead is relative to the top of the door when you're walking in. It was under my chin. And so I got in. I couldn't stand up the whole way. And it was 2 seats, 2 on either side. 2 seats, 2 seats, 2 seats, and then just a row of seats in the back. And my first thought was, I'm going to die here. I don't know, much like Lost, that I didn't, and this is all
just one big.
Maybe this is heaven. If this is heaven, I got some things to say. If this is heaven.
That's how I feel about my simulation. Like this is the simulation we didn't do this right.
I think you're just not doing it well because you've got to plan your simulation better, right? Isn't that the point of a simulation? You can affect the simulation?
No, I don't think that's how. I think the simulation just plays out the strings. You're the character. You're the character. It makes you go whatever way it wants to go.
I've heard many people who think you can do like certain codes to change
Why are you getting on my simulation when your version of heaven is this?
Listen, neither of
Your
us
version
are
of heaven is you going down to the bodega and hoping that you win the lottery every day.
Yeah, listen.
And not win the lottery.
No one's winning. No one's winning.
If I'm playing my simulation poorly, you're playing your version of heaven poorly.
Fair. That's fair. We meet in the middle. Huzzah. All right, big thanks to Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murrin, not on the board. Yes. No. Big thanks to Matt Corelli. Getting all randy back there doing the 2020s. Big Weege. Jake Volnick coming up next. It's overtime, I think. Well, no, it is overtime. I just think it's Big Weege coming up because I didn't see him earlier today. JP, good stuff.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
We'll have more reaction on the Albert Breer stuff. More reaction on why the Browns can't be bothered to send Andrew Berry out there in Berea. Tomorrow, too. See you guys.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.